I don't know how it will go today. We will see, I guess. I'll probably continue with the Ruffians and the Giant. Also, I will be probably watching dog shit in the background. I can't really snipe Skull anymore, at least this week. Because I have night shifts and I pretty much work when he's playing the game. So I don't know. I would need to look for other streamers to snipe, I guess, if I want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. And I want to wait for the DPS meter first.
Have you ever been mildly inconvenienced? Maybe been forced to eat without YouTube or had to use the bathroom just as you were falling asleep? Then you can probably relate to this anime girl whose arms, legs, teeth, and eyes were torn from her body. In 2009, an artist took up the task of drawing anime girls in the most horrific scenarios he could possibly dream up, contributing to a disturbing online community whose roots go back to pre-war Japan. A fetish subcategory responsible for tens of thousands of images of anime broads being torn to shreds for adult purposes. So how could there possibly be an audience for this stuff? Who is commissioning it? And what's the actual story behind this meme? This is a case of girls, gore, and anime. This is the bizarre origin of the limbless anime girl. Today's bad art history, the quadriplegic anime girl from 2009, old people who get it on, and the weird underbelly of Japanese image boards. Before we begin, I have launched a Patreon for the low price of 1 to 5 doubloons a month. You get uncensored videos, extended commentary, blooper reels, and a shout out if you want it. Thank you so much to anyone who decides to join. Thank you regardless for watching this slop, and back to the video. So if you've been online recently, you may have seen some variation of this meme. It's a beautifully rendered, highly detailed depiction of an anime girl languishing in a hospital bed with a bandage around her eyes. Notably, all 4 of her limbs are missing, and you can make out her chest through her shirt, which is no accident. And for the last year or so, this meme has been making the rounds on Instagram and Twitter. But you may be wondering, why does this illustration exist? And why is she fucked up? The real answer to that question actually comes from the underground art scene in 1930s Tokyo. But before we can even touch that, a quick timeline. 2009, digital artist Zenith Lee uploaded this artwork to the Japanese image board Donboru. And what probably jumps out at you is the sheer despair radiating off this image. Even the website itself has it tagged as soul-crushingly depressing. And the comments reflect this, speculating on what, if anything, could be done to give this girl some semblance of a normal life. But what you don't know is that this is actually a part 2 to a previous illustration in which she is taken and brutally rearranged but kept alive. And though we'll come back to that artwork in detail, trust me, the long and short of it is that this anime girl has been separated from her eyes, ears, teeth, mouth, and limbs. And as the artist explains, a while ago there was a local girl who was hit by a truck and ended up losing both her legs and both arms. This image with this kind of injuries would be pretty rough, since my cynical self thinks that telling us that well soon would be a little pointless. I wanted to draw with this theme for quite some time. The last pic inspired me to draw this as a continuation. I kid myself that I used up all the blood in the last picture. That's why this one is so clean. But in spite of its shocking nature, this illustration lived in relative obscurity on the Japanese internet, only appearing on several small blogs before it made its first real mark on SafeBoard. SafeBoard is one of numerous board-type sites whose stated purpose is only to repost the safe-for-work images from Braindead. And just to be clear,
Bro, can you
SafeBoard
stop
had no
fucking
business
spamming this
reposting
shit?
this particular image, but great post they did. And in 2014, the wingless anime girl finally made her first appearance on the English web through 4chan. Interestingly, her very first appearance resembles the film.
Oh my
He
god.
went on joking that waiting for a game to come out made him feel like he was languishing like the girl in the photo. And then, 2019, a Twitter user posted this image with the caption, went through 7 pages of a Donboru chart account just to find this pic in high quality. And keep in mind that this person could immediately tell that this was a chart. The wingless anime girl exploded in popularity, circulating as a reaction image and soaring to new heights in 2022, when Instagram user Intellectual Incel Group posted the first known variation of today's meme. And I hardly have to explain the rest. The desperately sad nature of the image versus the minor inconvenience in the caption made for excellent shitposting material. And with the advent of AI, there's even a version which you can put legs back. And that's all fine. But the meme itself is hardly the most interesting part of this story, because that's where the common knowledge about it ends. And I'm sure what you're still wondering is, okay, but like, why was this made? Yes, the artist explains his personal reasons, but really think about it, right? Why would an artist invest so much time and skill into mutilating a helpless anime broad? And more to the point, why is it so obvious to so many that this is chart?
Oh, come on! How is that not fast enough?
Before we can get into any of the truly freaky stuff, I threw quite a few words at you, so let's define them now. What are borus? The word itself comes from the Japanese pronunciation of the word board, as in image board. Donboru, launched in 2005, is among the most well-known Japanese image boards, with close to millions of art submissions, many of which are extremely explicit. And since making its source code publicly available, dozens if not hundreds of copycat boru sites with their own theme and specific audience have emerged. And in case you were wondering, yes, it's almost all fine. SafeBoru, as mentioned before, is a Donboru clone without any of the adult content. But clearly, some submissions slip through the cracks. And as a quick aside, one look at the quadruple NUT tag on SafeBoru should be pretty telling. Because while these artworks don't show anything, they are clearly adult in nature. The attention paid to showing off the cuteness and helplessness of these girls in combination with their limbless bodies is a very strange and obvious contrast. Back to borus. One thing you ought to understand is that they have an incredibly detailed tagging system, which makes it very easy to search for something like, say, quadruple amputee anime girls with green hair being held by a grown man suspended over a Christmas tree. What I'm saying is, these sites make it incredibly easy to cater to extremely specific fetishes, and with extreme specificity comes extreme content. This brings us to a rather infamous website, Pixiv. Don Boru largely receives its submissions from Pixiv, an art-sharing website and Japan's answer to DeviantArt. However, unlike DeviantArt, Pixiv allows for a vast array of very explicit artwork. Many of the more gruesome anime shock images of the last 2 decades originated on Pixiv. And though it's very much still around, mounting pressure from advertisers have forced it to tighten up its policies. So between the sheer availability of violent hentai on Pixiv and the sea of Borus willing to cater extremely specific fetishes, comes Guro-chan.cx, which may remind you of another highly educational website ending in. Though Guro-chan functions less like a Boru and more like a text-based site, kinda like 4chan, it nevertheless contains an exhaustive catalog of images and GIFs showing unimaginable scenes of anime girls being scrambled. And because the nature of this artwork makes it incredibly insular, a small but thriving community of Guro fetishists exist in this bubble. And the reason I'm telling you all this is so that it's abundantly clear that this drawing, whether it looks that way or not, was specifically intended to be fetish art. But even if you can't tell by looking at it, how come some people just know? Welcome to Anime.
Wait, what? Did I farm something that dropped so many fucking extracts? Like, I am pretty sure I got like 0 and I was struggling to get any for a pretty long time now. Hmm.
101. Warning for the entire rest of the video. As a smart and very handsome viewer who is also probably very tall, you may have picked up on my use of the word Guro instead of gore, and that's because Guro is very much its own thing. Guro, known also as ero Guro or erotic grotesque, is actually perfectly summarized on Urban Dictionary. It is a Japanese art form that focuses on the bizarre, grotesque, and alteration of one's body mixed with freaky stuff. In the West, gory hentai is often referred to as guro, especially if there is a heavily mutilated anime girl covered in blood, missing limbs, or spilling her insides. Often all 3 is present and the subject is no more. I'm sorry, that was literally like impossible to clean up for YouTube. Please consider subscribing to Patreon, and that way I don't have to censor every 3rd word. Guro as a term originated from the phrase ero guro nonsensu, or erotic grotesque nonsense in Taisho-era Tokyo right before World War II. This was the name of a counterculture movement among artists who sought to intentionally make subversive and highly offensive art, kind of like a spiritual sibling to Weimar Germany. And few things are more immediately offensive to the average person than the combination of jork in it and gore. This movement was not long-lived whatsoever, coming under heavy scrutiny by the government and society at large. But much like the other great-granddaddy of hentai, ero Guro's influence has persisted ever since. And just to put into perspective how influential this movement was, Wikipedia cites it as a foundational influence on the development of this. By 1936, however, with the war effort heating up and fewer resources available for creative pursuits, the ero Guro nonsense movement was slowly winding down, and its swan song would come in the form of the Sada Abe incident, highly publicized affair in which adult worker Sada Abe ended her lover, jorked his weenus right off his body, and carried it around with her in her kimono as a keepsake. Artists and society at large was captivated by the symbolic quality of this crime, inspiring a final wave of grotesque artwork and literature immortalizing her story. But between the war effort and the moral panic about hot women coming to end you, the movement lost momentum for good. But to connect this back to the limbless anime girl, how can you look at this and just know that it's adult in nature? Think about the voyeuristic quality of the image. Whose perspective are we seeing this from? Why did the artist choose to make her chest visible? In fact, why did he choose for her to still have her chest at all? Why is she posed in such a way as to make fully visible the extent of all her injuries? And why does she still nevertheless have the cuteness and polish of a generic anime girl? Put all together, these are pretty direct tells that this art is not just for art's sake. It's fulfilling a very particular function. And knowing all this, the only thing truly left unanswered is what is the appeal of this fetish for people who like it? While my aim here is never to pass judgment, I strongly believe that not all fetishes are created equal, and something whose premise is so violent and which necessarily requires another person to suffer probably warrants a closer look. As this Redditor explains, it was kept in the realm of fantasy. Like many fetishes, in real life, this stuff is completely unarousing, but here, things are exaggerated, unrealistic, and no real people actually get hurt. There's a divide between fiction and reality, the extreme but logical extension of BDSM. It could be that some wires got crossed in our brains or something. We don't have a reason, exactly, for enjoying it. We just do. It could be that we got desensitized to regular stuff and turned to more extreme stuff because we couldn't use the normal stuff anymore. And as many point out, it can be a scary but controlled way to approach trauma. I'm not personally convinced that this kind of weird loving reverence explains the average Goro-chan user, but at the end of the day, the brain is a fascinating place. And whose brain could be more useful when it comes to explaining all of this than that of the artist himself? So to come way back to the limbless hospital girl, let's remember that this was a sequel artwork to a piece that was actually uploaded a few months prior in July of 2009. And for the sake of brevity, the original artwork depicts the perspective of a really bad guy as he sits across the table from the anime girl who at this point resembles a raw skirt steak. And this same girl is the one pictured recovering in the hospital. And what's coolest of all is that S. Zenith Lee is actually pretty open about why he likes this stuff. On his old blog, he wrote, "I consider this one of the most horrible scenes I've ever drawn. I never understand why some sicko would send taunting letters to the family. Zodiac comes to mind. Scans of his letters always give me the creeps. I recently read a novel called Goth by Otsuichi, in which the harm went even further by sending tape recordings and parts of the victim to her sister. Maybe that's the reason why I woke up to a nightmare of this scene a few nights ago. The very next conscious thought of mine is, of course, I gotta draw this down." While it's not clear how much fulfillment Zenith gets from creating these artworks, he's pretty cavalier about his interest in exploring suffering from the perspective of the aggressor and the victim. And while it would be fascinating to get his insight onto the hospital girl as a meme, his last online activity was an illustration uploaded in 2020. He left behind a sizable gallery of incredible, though very explicit, artwork, and his digital footprint is otherwise not known. The only real speculation can be found in this comment, suggesting that his deteriorating health led to his absence. But to be clear, nobody knows. The limbless anime girl is far and away one of the best examples we have of what happens when fetish art reaches a completely unexpected audience and gets taken fully out of context. She was intense and grim, but just absurd enough to express very real feelings during our current meme era of post-ironic detachment. And unlike the vast majority of fetish art that gets removed from context and put into memes, many people were able to look at this and immediately clock it for what it was. And objectively speaking, is it strange that you can reasonably expect to see fetish art every time you log on? Yes. But that's the internet. And I cannot end this video on a pun this week because I genuinely think that making fun of someone who lost all 4 of her arms and legs sucks. This has been Bad Art History.
That was good. Of course. Oh my fucking god, this is fucking insane. I'm holding one. Class. Class. This shit. Oh no.
The forbidden Sonic Mario makeout from Brazil. An animation so cursed, it may have ended the Sega Nintendo console wars for good. In 2016, one Brazilian man had had enough. He set out to put a stop to the 90s console wars the only way he knew how, with hot, sweaty, terrible animation. But his creation quickly took on a life of its own, becoming a wildly cursed meme whose popularity nobody saw coming. So what makes this cartoon that bad? Why do Twitter users recoil in fear at its mere mention? And how are these things always coming from Brazil? This is the legend of the Sonic Mario makeout gif. Today's art history lesson, gay animation from the 1800s and memes from Brazil. If you were online in 2016, you probably remember a very different version of the internet. Deep-fried irony was all the rage, and we seemingly couldn't get enough of the Shrek-Sonic Empreg crossovers, which brings us to this. That year, one meme in particular struck at the core of irony-poisoned Vine users. An animation so bad, it wrapped all the way around and became amazing, developing a cult-like surge in popularity. The Mario Sonic makeout gif. And if you haven't seen it, it goes something like this. For several paralyzing seconds, you witness Sonic and Mario in a frenzied, passionate embrace as they kiss and, it's implied, go on to do other stuff. And several things probably jump out at you. For one, it's very weird looking. And for two, it's not clear that anybody involved is enjoying themselves. Although their body language is pretty compelling, it's hard to overlook how utterly soulless their expressions are. And you may be thinking, well, obviously this is bad ironically. But the real reason is actually way funnier, and it has a lot to do with how this was animated, which we'll get to in a moment. But first, a quick meme history. It all went down in early 2016 at an animation workshop somewhere in Brazil, where artist Pedro Menos, also known as Menos Play, was in attendance. And you may have seen online that this actually took place in 2010, but that's because there is virtually no accurate information about the origin of this gift or when this workshop took place. So I got in touch with the artist himself, and here's what he had to say.
I remember making this in 2015. It was not 2010. We were making the anthology of shorts.
The purpose of this workshop was to get a whole bunch of artists in a room to create an anthology of animations that would all be strung together. But Pedro was there on a mission. He had the console wars on his mind. And what better way, he thought, to unite these two disparate fan bases than by taking their two most cherished mascots and making them touch each other. And before we get any further along the timeline, there's some
What a
really
giga
wacky
shot.
South America Mario lore you should know. Because for reasons unknown to anybody alive today, Mario X Sonic was weirdly popular in South America in the 2010s.
What the hell? Oh my god, no.
So, what is yaoi? It goes a little bit deeper than you think. To sum it up in an ad-friendly way, it's any kind of narrative media, anime, manga, books, movies, featuring two men being really, really good friends. According to this 2006 article, the term originated in the 1970s as a combination of multiple phrases whose meaning ultimately boiled down to pointless. This is because the genre itself largely started as porn without a plot. But that changed over time, and by the 90s, it was largely known as media about men written by and for women. There's a lot of emphasis on romance, with the heavy stuff, in many cases, being a total afterthought. And as for Mario and Sonic, no amount of irony is going to save you from the fact that Mario X Sonic is a real pairing with a real history and a real popularity in South America in the previous decade. While it's not generally common, it does exist, and even Archive of Our Own, a staple of the fanfic community, contains no fewer than 104 stories about Mario and Sonic exchanging something. And jokes aside, this isn't that shocking. Sonic has a long and storied history of inspiring many OCs, self-inserts, in more than one sense of the word, and tons of fan art. But Mario is a weird choice. So weird, in fact, that Shigeru Miyamoto himself asked people to stop drawing him. But nobody cared, and that brings us back to this gif.
There is this thing, Sega and Nintendo are competitors. Mario and Sonic are people liberating themselves from the Sega and Nintendo and living the love they always wanted to live.
And as you can imagine, Pedro's plan involving Sonic and Mario peacefully putting their differences aside had the exact opposite effect. On February 23rd, just days after Pedro anonymously uploaded his animation online, Vine user Chris Person reposted it to the then popular video sharing platform.
I posted it, and the next day the thing explodes. No one knew I did it.
And to say it blew up was an understatement. As of the time of recording, it has almost 10 million loops, with innumerable reposts on GIF sites and YouTube. And the reason isn't surprising. 2016 was a very edgy time, and it was common for people to take cherished childhood characters and put them in edgelord adult situations, and then insist you were the weird one for finding it objectionable, since it was obviously ironic. There was really just something about the Shrek, Mario, Sonic triad that had a grip on people's minds that year. Between 2016 and 2018, the recognizable characters, the timing, and the virality these short vines could attain meant there were many corners of the internet where this animation was absolutely impossible to avoid. And to touch on a much more obvious question here, why does it look like that? During the animation workshop, Pedro was handed a black and white film whose origin I have not been able to trace, and even he himself has no idea where the movie's from, and told to draw cells over top of it. This style is called rotoscoping, and it's been around since the late 1800s. You've definitely seen it in things like Smiling Friends, Joel Haver, and those very elaborate dance sequences from old Disney films. So we're keeping the tradition alive here. And as for the glaring disconnect between their bodies and their facial expressions, part of the reason rotoscoping never caught on is because tracing over real-life footage does not good animation make. The best animation tends to use tons of visual shorthand that doesn't exist in real life, and rotoscope art often looks very deliberate and awkward. So trying to draw Sonic's face on top of live footage of a real human woman and making it look consistent is incredibly hard. So it was much easier and funnier to give them both this terrifying vacant expression. And the two of them may have really been in love and just super locked in. We'll never know. But one thing we do know, increasingly, is that Brazil is a meme powerhouse. While their meme culture is probably different from what we have on the English-speaking internet, their shitposts go crazy. Some of the best-known memes of all time are Brazilian in origin. 2 Girls, 1 Cup, Ricardo Milos, Come to Brazil, that dancing dog we were all obsessed with a few years ago. The list is endless. And the way their memes percolate is fascinating. Brazil's meme economy is much more oriented towards WhatsApp. So memes tend to get blasted out into the atmosphere via mass forwards from group chats, meaning they lose touch with their source material much more completely than they do over here. And that partially explains why it was so difficult to obtain any solid information on the origin of this GIF. Amazingly enough, it doesn't even have a Know Your Meme page. And while it's not clear to what extent WhatsApp may have popularized this meme, as it seems to be a largely US phenomenon, it would be shocking if it wasn't at one point mass forwarded on this app. And all that said, it's mind-blowing how influential this little-known animation ended up being. It goes without saying this inspired a ton of fan art. Now, was it ironic given the time period and the subject matter? Almost certainly yes, but people nevertheless put a lot of effort into this. So much so that in 2018, YouTuber and artist Figburn led the charge on a massive animated collab, recreating the Take On Me music video featuring just different versions of Sonic and Mario making out sloppy style. And the legacy is clearly not over, because in 2023, YouTuber Quiet purchased one of the original cells on a live stream for $4,000 US. And if you want to get your hands on one, a ton of them are still up for auction. If you want to reach out to Pedro himself, his Twitter is linked in the description. And as for the artist responsible for this all, Pedro Menos is a game dev and digital artist who maintains an online presence to this day. He regularly posts new work on his Instagram and Twitter, and while his current work doesn't really look anything like his original joke post, he's a genuinely talented artist whose impact on meme culture is only now being fully appreciated. The amount of meme spin-offs, animations, fan art, and cultural references generated by this single joke animation is genuinely staggering. Pedro Menos is truly the one guy who made Brazil come to us.
Not letting go. Nothing will stop me. Not even.
This has been an art history lesson. So, quick. Pregnant Bart Simpson, gay Shrek, and Sandy Kvorr. If it exists, someone is into it. The fact is, many memes contain fetish art, but rarely are the artists who bring us these masterpieces ever credited. So today, we're gonna go over 8 fetish images that you guys submitted that were either too obscure, too shocking, or too gross for their own video. And where better to begin than 9/11 Bart Simpson pregnancy fan art. This is the first ever lightning round of bad art history. So before we get started, these are all submissions from fellow scum cells on Instagram and Twitter and Discord, so if you ever see weird art on the internet and you want somebody to explain it, please send it to me, please tag me, I will find out where it came from. So up first, Kitty Has Fleas asks, can you do mistakes into miracles? For anyone who's never heard of this, mistakes into miracles broadly refers to any fan art of a fictional pregnant couple where 9/11 is also somehow involved. Typically, the man is pregnant and the wreckage of the Twin Towers can be seen in the background. And as with most things, The Simpsons predicted it first. In July 2012, a user on Something Awful posted this crudely drawn fan art of an expecting Bart Simpson standing next to Marge and a dead Homer. As Homer's ghost rises into heaven, a single tear trickling down his cheek, Marge explains that now that Bart is pregnant with his own brother, it's up to him to carry the family name. It would appear that the rest of the Simpsons family is either dead or stricken with disease, as evidenced by Marge's 3-foot-long arm. And written on the left-hand side, 9/11. Never forget. And this artwork raises a few questions, right? Like, if Homer impregnated Bart, why is he going to heaven? While the answer and the artist behind this remain unknown, we do know this. Pregnant Bart likely gave birth in the summer of 2012 to the entire 9/11 pregnancy fan art genre, because shortly after this post was made, the infamous SpongeBob Sandy 9/11 pregnancy fan art began to circulate. This was also the one that popularized the phrase mistakes into miracles. And though the SpongeBob artwork was actually just a photoshopped version of a very sincere illustration made by an artist called SpongyGirl92, the version you are most likely familiar with is the joke one. Based on the over-the-top offensive nature of these images, with their allusions to mass death and familial abuse, they're almost certainly for shock value and little more. However, male pregnancy, known to some as empreg, is actually a massive fetish genre in the fandom, fanfiction, and furry space. And speaking of furry spaces, number 2, Sandy Kvorr. Kiko537, among a few others, asks, cover Sandy Kvorr, please. I'm terminally ill and it's my last wish. Wish granted. So for those who don't know, this refers to a notoriously weird piece of fetish art featuring Sandy Cheeks vacuuming a car and a human being up off the street using her comically oversized male appendage. This artwork is best known for its use as a shock image, as even veterans of the furry community are forced to admit that this one is a little bit off the beaten path. Commissioned as a joke fetish piece, this illustration was uploaded to furry art site Ink Bunny on July 8, 2017 by an artist artist called Smudgeproof. Though created as a joke, this was legit fetish art, specifically macrophilia and vor. Macrophilia encompasses fetish art where the focus is on a person or character becoming a giant, often crushing or otherwise imperiling the protagonist. Vor refers to the fetish of being consumed whole, being the consumer or otherwise watching the process happen. This is not to be confused with belly inflation, which is specifically about inflating a body part for pleasure. The fetish aspect of Sandy Cockvor revolves around the danger she poses to her environment via her giant member. Speaking of things no one wants to remember, number 3. The Incredible Gassy. Raymundo2112 asks, Incredible Gassy, please. Now this might shock you, but I actually think this one is so nasty. Like, I don't know if I can make a real video on this because it disgusts me. But your wish is my command. So, the Incredible Gassy refers to animated fart fetish art of a green, morbidly obese version of Mr. Incredible from the children's movie, bouncing up and down on an object and emitting gases. This animation, created as a commission by adult artist Bobo Comics in 2021, was first released into the atmosphere via this unrelated meme on Instagram. From there, its absurd nature gained it cult popularity, and shortly thereafter, the Incredible Gassy developed somewhat of an ironic fandom when a user submitted fan art to a website called Soyboru. But as we all know, irony, if given enough time, becomes complete sincerity. Within a few short years, the Gassers community generated fan art, extensive character backstories, and even a music video.
He's digging up the catalog in the interest of Sergeant Bradford. It's the Gassy Warrior.
And in somewhat of a strange crossover, a central character to the Gassers' lore is Sergeant Braphog, the gassiest, toughest soldier ever there was. And if something about him looks familiar to you, that's because he came from fat fetish art of a minor character from Johnny Test. And a note about Incredible Gassy that will come up again. You may notice the bouncy and stretchy quality of the animation. That's because it's made with motion tweens, a tool in most animation software that allows you to bridge the gap between frame A to frame Z. And unfortunately, this type of animation has become synonymous with a certain type of art. It has this quality that just makes you feel like filthy for even looking at it. But if you want to keep your space clean, look no further than today's sponsor, Pretty Litter. Pretty Litter is a health monitoring litter developed by veterinarians to screen for health issues from the comfort of home. By now, some of you have definitely heard a meow or two in the background of my videos, and that's because my cats are influencers too. But I'm not a mind reader, so the easier I can keep tabs on their health and well-being, the better. Pretty Litter chooses color based on your cat's urinary pH. Dark yellow or green indicate normal health, blue can indicate UTIs, red can indicate bladder stones and more urgent conditions, and so on. Plus, they deliver right to your door, so there's no need to lug 1,000-pound bags of cat litter to and from the store. My cats spray litter everywhere when they're using the litter box, so one thing that I really like about Pretty Litter is not only does it smell way more neutral than any brand I've used, but the light color actually makes cleanup a lot easier. Pretty Litter helps keep tabs on my cat's health and keeps odors down. Go to prettylitter.com/scumbagovich and use code scumbagovich to save 20% on your first order and get a free cat toy. That's code scumbagovich for 20% off. Thanks again to Pretty Litter for kindly sponsoring today's video. And back to our lightning round. And this brings us neatly and tragically along to number 4, the Bowser fart gift. So what is it? In all honesty, this entry is pretty similar to the Incredible Gassy, including the motion animation style. The primary difference is the character in question, Bowser, and the manner in which this gets spread. Unlike Gassy, Bowser Fart Gift, animated by artist Big Fat Ninja in 2019, proliferated through Discord. Users seeking mischievous fun would drop this image into a busy, otherwise unsuspecting chat, and then watch the detonation from a safe distance. And by August 2021, the use of this GIF was such a problem that user Ballstalker66 fired back by making
Ballstalker.
Big Brother instructs the viewer not to post the Bowser image. Its biggest impact, it seems, was cementing in people's minds that this animation style is never good news.
Come on!
Oh
my fucking god, who plays the truck
alluding,
here?
of course, to number 5, BBL Luigi. A very short-lived meme in 2019, this illustration depicts a luscious, caked-up Luigi at the beach. Uploaded to DeviantArt on September 28, 2018 by inflation artist Lou the Pyro, this whimsical pinup art briefly made its way to Twitter and aroused potentially dozens of people. And while there's not much else to the story here, this artwork is somewhat of a spiritual sibling to a much more well-known Luigi meme. Standing stoically, his muscular form almost appearing to jump off the screen, Luigi eyes the viewer with something between seduction and contempt. And printed prominently on his back, the text reads, "That's how it is on this bitch of an earth." This piece very much feels like the dark, sensual counterpart to our beloved Big Butt Luigi, though something about it feels much more distinctly like a joke than actual fetish art. Thick Luigi is a classic example of butt inflation, which is distinct from weight gain fetishism in that it focuses on just one part of the body. You can see this trend reflected in all of Lou the Pyro's artwork. And on the topic of reflective surfaces, number 6, Val asks, life or death for Berry Boy? For those unaware, and I'm about to use a lot of online vocabulary here, so please brace yourself. Life or Death for Berry Boy is a parody Soy Jack fan art of an existing piece of fetish art. In the drawing, the titular Berry Boy can be seen pleading for his life while a crowd of onlookers are cheering for his death. While this has the appearance of absurd art for absurdity's sake, the original piece is a little darker. Originally created by DeviantArt user I Love Berry Boy in 2010, this piece is not only completely sincere, but casts Berry Boy explicitly as a toddler. In fact, a brief look at I Love Berry Boy's account reveals a series of off-putting, crudely rendered illustrations of this inflated child being harmed and tortured by various means. The berry aspect of his name comes from the ever-popular, at least on DeviantArt, blueberry inflation fetish, in which the subject is inflated to the point of becoming perfectly round and in many cases leaks bodily fluids that resemble the juice of a crushed blueberry. Why someone would unearth this image and slap a soy jack on it is anyone's guess. But in the spirit of a lot of this artwork, be it a blueberry or something else, oftentimes the subject isn't even human. Sometimes it's 3 chipmunks. Number 7, My Casey Valentine asks, who's getting the best head? For anyone lucky enough not to accidentally see this on Facebook in 2016,
I think I remember
this
this
adult Alvin and the Chipmunks fan art involves the 3 siblings being serviced by their female counterparts. First unleashed onto society in 2008 by an artist called JK Comics, his contribution would quickly be overshadowed by an edit that spread much more widely. And quite surprisingly, it was generating a great deal of philosophical discussion. 3 competing schools of thought, Simonists, Alvinists, and Theodorians, went head-to-head on which chipmunk was receiving the highest quality copulation, which is a sentence that no one on God's green earth has ever said. While there is seemingly no consensus, and the debate rages on to this day, this illustration did receive quite a great deal of negative reception when it was featured on Know Your Meme, with some commenters indicating their disgust that the chipmunks, who are themselves children, would be depicted this way. I imagine they would be much more upset if they found out that adult furry art site E61 contains 1,000 such illustrations. And on a more wholesome note, number 8, DeviantArt Muscle Mommies, as requested by Calmo. I only wanted to touch on this one for a second or two because in addition to being way more wholesome than anything we've discussed thus far, it's also kind of like a DeviantArt fetish classic for people who've been online long enough. Not much of a story here, just a guy named David C. Matthews who makes tons of beautifully rendered art of his favorite thing in the world, big strong ladies. Is it fetish art? Absolutely. Is his reverence for muscular women cute in a kind of eccentric way? I certainly think so. And that about does it for our first lighting round. Let me know if you have a favorite, let me know if you have a least favorite, and let me know in the comments if there's anything that you want covered that is conspicuously absent from this list. And I don't have a pun this week because, honestly, having to research all of this in one go is like, the joke is on me. This has been a lightning...
What the fuck is this?
Between Jared Fogle, a 9/11 hoax, and meat of no known origin, you'd think Subway had seen it all, until the 4chan furry poop sandwich of 2012. That year, one furry asked the question on everyone's mind. What would happen if you ordered poop at Subway? The answer came in the form of a fetish drawing so offensive, people upload it in pieces so they don't have to look at it directly. So who would make this? How on earth is the Dookie sandwich connected to singer-songwriter CeeLo Green? And why does the internet have such a long history of furry poop incidents? This is the craptastic story of the Spyro Subway image. This is Bad Art History. Our tale begins in the sleepy town of Rolla, Missouri, specifically the local Rolla subreddit. On October 26, 2012, a malicious Redditor, though I repeat myself, inexplicably posted this illustration of beloved video game character Spyro the Dragon making a shit sandwich at Subway while his pal helps him by dropping a comically huge log. Looking on with horror and disinterest is a backyardigan and two assorted furries. And in the foreground, Subway. Eat fresh. And when people saw this, they lost their minds. Users begged for the image to be taken down, threatened to kill themselves, and one even personally condemned the Redditor to hell. But what these poor saps didn't know is that he was merely a symptom of a much larger problem, because it would turn out that this image had escaped 4chan months ago in spite of efforts to suppress it. And as it jumped from Reddit to Tumblr to BuzzFeed, it was quickly reaching a wider, unsuspecting audience and becoming quite the skid mark on the reputation of furries online. And as if that weren't bad enough, we would all soon learn that a poop sandwich was not even the worst thing that someone had ordered at a Subway in real life. But hold on, I hear, through your fursuit. How could a drawing have this effect on people? It's the internet. You're gonna see things you don't like. And while this is absolutely true, following in the tradition of furries who ruin it for everyone else, this wasn't merely a matter of seeing a gross out furry image against your will. This was a widespread case of furry poop porn, and it was splattering the internet in a way nobody expected. But before we can fully dive into this furry poop incident, a quick timeline. June 8th, 2010. The original Spyro Subway image is posted to adult furry website E621 by an artist called Nitroxidal, an artist who would nuke his internet presence shortly thereafter. Attaining instant popularity in its category, it was reposted 6 months later to TBIB, the Big Image Board, a massive Boru-style website that compiles tens of millions of tasteful Japanese images from smaller image boards. And as is the case with most Borus, the very next stop for their content is usually 4chan. June 2012. A 4chan user on the video games board drops this photoshopped Yu-Gi-Oh card containing a deceptively innocent picture of Spyro. Users recognized it immediately and begged him to reconsider, but this mad lad continued slowly, torturously posting the rest of the image set, risking a new meme known as the Forbidden Letter. And in 2014, shit hit the fan. For reasons absolutely no one understands, a weirdly unwoke BuzzFeed article compiled the 50 worst things on the internet that year. And somewhere between a video of Boogie2988 making Mountain Dew Dorito slop and the girl who wore her boyfriend as a hat, BuzzFeed exposed tens of thousands of people to Spyro scatter. But as luck would have it, the concept of a furry shock image was actually about to take off. Though you may be thinking, I know what a shock image is, and I don't remember this being relevant in the mid-2010s. So what could furries possibly have done to make it come back? I'm glad you asked. Let's address the stinky elephant in the room. The furry fandom has a long and documented history of extreme fetish behavior, bordering on life-threatening. Whether it's a reluctance to throw other furries under the bus or a refusal to acknowledge this whatsoever, furries and poop go together like furries and poop. And here's a brief list of their greatest shits. 2 babies, 1 fox. This reviled furry shock image, which blew up after it was posted to 4chan, depicts tales from Sonic doing unspeakable things to baby animals and then forcing them to keep their weight. 2018, furry influencer Blue Hulk not only originates the infamous furry shits on a plate video, but was also exposed for running a Discord server called Smelly First, in which adult poop content was being exchanged in the presence of other minors. Also in 2018 was like a terrible year for furry. Messy Tails, the brown-nosed pup, became well known for so extensively documenting his obsession with playing in, wearing, and eating his own excrement that when he took a long and unannounced break from the internet, there was serious speculation that he had died via poop poison. He seems to be fine, but the definitive video on this topic has already been made, so please give it a watch. And in a similar but more lighthearted vein, the diaper fur sub-community is notorious for being very poorly behaved in real life. In 2015, they gained brief worldwide attention when a critical mass of diaper furs assembled at the Rainforest Convention and systematically tore apart the venue with non-stop orgies, drug use, and the shoving of diapers into plumbing equipment that cost the hotel thousands of dollars in repairs. This is also not to mention anecdotal reports of a horrific smell coming from the convention. They were not invited back. Now, furries in general are kind of a hairy topic. No pun intended. But if you're not trying to furry max this holiday season, give yourself the ultimate self-care experience with the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra from Manscaped. Unlike the safe tech, stuff your promo that well, thank you. And it goes without saying, the fetish art component of furry poop incidents is a small but thriving community, boasting about 14,000 drawings tagged scat on E621. And now that we can say for sure that Spyro Subway is fetish art, this begs the question, how does anyone figure out they're into this?
And poo-poo's out, huh? And then they eat the poo-poo.
So what is this called? Coprophilia, also known as scatophilia, is a fetish in which people derive pleasure from waste. This is usually expressed as an interest in watching somebody else get pooped on or being the pooper. In the case of Spyro Subway, that explains the observer's point of view. Think about where your eye is drawn. The observer is likely someone who enjoys watching the sausage get made, so to speak. In much rarer cases, the fetish revolves around being the poop-e. In a rather infamous case, in 1989, a Japanese man was so captivated by caca that he climbed into the septic tank under a woman's toilet, got stuck, and died. And in the rarest form of this fetish, you get something called coprophagia. I'll let this man called the Poop Squatch explain what that is.
Hey YouTube, if you want to see me eat poop, I will do that for you on YouTube. But I need 10 million likes to this video and 1,000 subscribers.
And calling this extreme isn't merely a matter of opinion, as the DSM-4, the clinical handbook for diagnosing mental illness, actually mentions this fetish. In an acronym that I swear to God I did not make up for this video, coprophilia is classified under penis. Paraphilia not otherwise specified, a clinical subgroup of extreme fetishes alongside those involving animals, dead bodies, enema addiction, and terrorizing people over the phone. Now obviously, most fetishes are formed by or before puberty, and are sometimes the result of traumatic events, which is to say, there are people who find themselves into this stuff through no fault of their own. Not that that makes it okay, but that being said, please do not eat poop. But if you absolutely must, Subway might have you covered. Part of the reason Spyro Subway triggered people the way that it did was because, to a small extent, there was a grain of truth. As mentioned before, Subway is among the fast food chains more known for their PR disasters than they've ever been for their food. In 1999, a 6-year-old became so ill after eating at Subway that he required a liver transplant. 2 Subways in the area were soon the target of a massive lawsuit after infecting 40 people with hepatitis A. In 2013, The Onion ran a fake article advertising a September 9/11 deal. You could print out a coupon and present it to the store to get 2 foot-longs for $9.11. And one store actually honored the transaction. By the time Subway corporate clapped back and figured out that this was a joke, it was a little too late. The next year, Subway came under food safety fire again when a food blogger went viral for her discovery that Subway, allegedly the healthier option compared to other fast food, was mixing a cancer-causing bleaching agent into their dough. Azodicarbonamide, best known for its use in making yoga mats more elastic, was actually alleged to be in the food products of dozens of other chains, but with Subway's luck, they ended up being the face of it. For what it's worth, they did remove the chemical from their bread. Now I have to disclaim, I've eaten at Subway a few times in my life, I thought it tasted perfectly fine, and 99% of the time, like, you have nothing to fear. But in arguably the most infamous subway incident, Jared Fogle, a man who rose to international fame after attributing his enormous weight loss to the healthy options at Subway, was revealed to be a kid diddler. This was after he was the brand ambassador for 15 years and did speaking tours at schools. And finally, in the funniest thing that has ever happened at this restaurant, in 2021, a customer thought her tuna sub tasted so weird, she sent it to a lab for testing. The lab could not determine what the tuna was made of, reporting that not only was it not tuna, they weren't even sure if it was a fish.
What the fuck?
And with a rap sheet like that, is it really any surprise that Spyro Subway took place where it did? Which brings us back to the end of our timeline. In 2017, when it seemed that the Spyro Subway meme had finally been lost to time, CeeLo Green took a picture at the Grammys that was so funny that it reawakened an ancient meme from the dead. Like with Spyro, people began reposting the Forbidden One meme with pictures of CeeLo Green, Kim Jong-un, and inevitably, the shit sandwich. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, the Forbidden One meme originally comes from Yu-Gi-Oh! If you assemble 5 cards of a specific type, Exodia, the Forbidden One, is formed and you automatically win the match. Which, psychologically, is exactly what happened to everyone who didn't know they were looking at Spyro Subway until it was too late. And one of the most interesting features about Spyro Subway is that, like clockwork, it pops off every 5 years. Its introduction of 4chan in 2012, CeeLo Green and this guy who used it as a YouTube thumbnail in 2017, and its inclusion in a large gaming stream in 2022. So if the math checks out, in 2027, this thing is gonna blow up. And this leaves only 2 questions unanswered. Who would make it? And why did he disappear? Nitroxidal, a furry artist active from 2008, is the creator of Spyro Subway. It's not clear when he went AWOL, but several years after the Spyro Subway image was already circulating, his Fur Affinity account had been wiped. And as for why make this, some fetishes are just crazier than others. When all else fails, E621 will always host the scariest gooner art you've ever seen in your life. And I use the word art intentionally because there is artistic merit, as the wiki for streamer Jabroni Mike describes while explaining the meme's inclusion in one of his streams. The meme started during one of Jabroni Mike's streams of the Spyro Reignite trilogy, in which the topic of a particular Spyro image was discussed. The image in question depicted a scene in which Hunter the cheetah expels feces onto a Subway sandwich, while Spyro apathetically furnishes the fecal sandwich. Sergeant Boyd is seen in the background, watching anxiously with sweat dripping. Jabroni Mike immediately caught on to the cultural critique that the artwork was conveying, and praised it for its unapologetic criticism of Subway's sandwich quality. He immediately caught on to how the feces in the sandwich were meant to convey how the sandwich tastes in real life. He recognized how the portrayal of beloved video game characters like Spyro and Hunter as washed-up sandwich artist discusses the nature of intellectual property under capitalism, and how inevitably they will always find themselves poured out on a billboard advertising some entirely irrelevant plot. Finally, Mike believed the decision to include Sergeant Boyd was a stroke of genius. By including him as a nervous coworker, sweating as he wonders if expelling feces onto a sandwich is illegal, he takes the role of the consumer, staring in fear as their favorite IP gets destroyed by capitalism. That is a very robust analysis. Deadass. And that's kind of everything we know. The only remaining evidence of the artist's existence is some Ben 10 fetish art, and he's otherwise completely abandoned the nitroxidal persona. And as is the case with most artists who show up, shit all over everything, and then leave, he most likely just didn't want the association nor the blowback. And can you really blame him for trying to make the best of a shitty situation? This has been Bad Art History. This video was made possible by scum cells like you. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. How did I not see that one there? I guess no one wanted to repost that shit. Oh, Sonic X. I remember that fucking thing.
In 2011, an American furry was possessed by an entity and forced to write one of the most infamous creepypastas of all time. The resulting internet urban legend, Sonic.exe, was so full of grammatical errors, plot holes, and hyperrealistic blood that it instantly became a horror icon, only to be banned shortly after it was posted. So why, among all the Slendermen and suicidal Squidwards, does Sonic.exe have such a cult following? Why are we unironically obsessed with dark, edgy versions of our favorite characters? And whatever happened to the furry diddler who created this entire thing? This is a crash course in Sonic.exe. This is Bad Art History. It all begins, as many of these things do, with a furry who likes kids. But in case you've never heard of this before, Sonic.exe is the name of a notoriously terrible creepypasta, short internet horror fiction, about a haunted copy of the original 1991 Sonic game, in which Sonic bites off Tails' head, makes blood come out of his own eyes, and calls himself God. Pretty heavy stuff. But with every rise comes a fall. And just as Sonic.exe was achieving mass internet fame, admins on the site where it was originally posted took the story down without any warning, prompting the author to have such a legendary meltdown that attention would soon turn to his other online activities. But before we can dive into any of that, you probably have a few questions. What was this story actually about? Why did it get banned only after it attained such a huge fan base? The reason is objectively really funny, but it's hard to explain anything further without reading the pasta. And for the next few minutes, I'll spare you my obnoxious accent and let you surf this wave yourself. A wavy web surf, if you will.
To catch you up to speed, one summer day, our protagonist Tom pauses his epic gamer sesh of Sonic Unleashed to check the mailbox. Inside, he finds a CD port of the classic 1991 Sonic game. Alongside it is an ominous note written by his boy Kyle, whom Tom hadn't seen in several weeks. I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow before it was too late. He's after me. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. I went up to my room and put the disc in. When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, awesome. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start, there was a split second when I saw the title image turned into something much different. Something that I now consider horrifying. The sky had darkened. The title emblem was rusted and ruined. The Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666. And the water had turned red like blood before cutting to black. But Sonic, his eyes were pitch black and bleeding with two glowing red dots staring right at me. And the music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music from Earthbound. And his smile had stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I figured that it was just a glitch and forgot about it. And then another weird thing happened. I picked file 1 and chose Tails. The game froze for about 5 seconds, and I heard a creepy, pixelated laugh. Tom, a seasoned and intrepid gamer, continues playing the game, but everything is ever so slightly off. And as Tails progresses through Hill Zone 1, he notices that the ground is littered with the mutilated corpses of his animal companions. But then, finally, a familiar face. Tails notices Sonic way off in the distance. Suddenly, I began to have a growing feel of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I heard a faint static growing louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped and stuck his hands out to touch him. Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic's eyes open, and they were black with those red glowing dots. Just like the title image, the screen turned black. I was taken to a different level with the level title now saying hide and seek. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time, making frantic gestures to me as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible. But then Sonic appeared right in front of Tails, and Tails looked up in horror. blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face. I was so shocked by what had happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails were supposed to be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? The red static lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it showed me a most unpleasant image. The image showed an image of Sonic standing in the darkness where you can only see his face. He looked so real, you could actually see the lines in his blue fur. His face, oh God, he had the most horrifying smile I'd ever seen. There was text, "I am God." I heard a voice right behind me, like a whisper. "Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom." I turned around to see where the voice was coming from, and what I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed, staring right at me, was a Sonic plushie, smiling with bloodstains under its eyes.
Powerful stuff. Now, assuming this is the first time you've ever fully read Sonic EXE, it may be a lot to process. But processing power isn't much of an issue for this channel, because today's video was made possible by the one, the only, Meta PCs. Meta PCs is a PC company specializing in award-winning custom builds for any budget or lifestyle. Whether you're a gamer, a content creator, or something. So how exactly did something like this blow up? Let's do a quick timeline. 2011. On August 9th, user JC the Hyena, digital artist and self-professed prince of everlasting darkness, takes inspiration from this edited screenshot and uploads a scary story to the Creepypasta wiki. And like all wiki sites, it's operated by a team of admins who can delete any submission they want at any time for any reason, which would become a huge problem for JC. But for the time being, Sonic EXE immediately picked up steam, with commenters simultaneously praising it for being pants-shittingly scary and also accusing it of plagiarizing much more famous works. But to the fans, this mattered very little. And on August 13th, 2012, the release of the Sonic EXE fan game changed everything. Everyone who was anyone was covering this game. PewDiePie, Markiplier, this guy from Brazil, and while its detractors claim that the story was unoriginal, poorly written, and unintentionally hilarious, the fact that you could play it for yourself put it leagues ahead of the competition. But I truly believe Sonic EXE popped off for a much simpler reason. Sonic fans are insane. Between Sonic's deeply unfortunate history of fan creations, a series of games of extremely varied quality, and the bizarre tendency of Sonic fans to create extensive lore, it was just right place, right time. And the early 2010s was huge for internet horror. Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, Smile Dog, Man Door, Hand Hook, Car Door, and Sonic EXE remain hugely influential on today's internet landscape. Think about how much popular online fiction over the last 10 years has been horror-oriented. The Backrooms, SCPs, analog horror, mascot horror, ARGs, many such cases. But the accusations of plagiarism are pretty troubling, which begs the question, if JC the Hyena didn't come up with these ideas, then who did? Edgy Sonic reimaginings have actually been around for as long as Sonic has. Back in 1993, the developers of Sonic CD stuck this spooky Sonic into the sound test menu, scaring the crap, rather unintentionally, out of anyone who might find it. In the 2000s, DeviantArt was overrun with emo, edgy Sonic OCs. In fact, I challenge you to type in your first name, the Hedgehog, into Google Images and try not to cut yourself on the edge. And notoriously, in 2005, Sega released the edgiest game ever designed, Shadow the Hedgehog, in which Shadow, Sonic's dark, brooding counterpart with highlights, balances the fate of humanity while riding a cool motorcycle and shooting a gun. This is a game about an animal that wears shoes. But to give credit where it's due, JC did come up with one original idea. As he wrote in a Fur Affinity journal entry in October 2012, what is Sonic EXE? Many of you fans speculated that he was God, Satan, or a really powerful demon from hell, and all your interpretations of my creation have amused and entertained me. He's an entirely different entity, one that created itself. See, the creature that is Sonic EXE was created in the void, in a gap between dimensions. He learned about Sonic the Hedgehog, and was right there and then a big fan of the series, and especially its character, Sonic. He mainly goes after video gamers and Sonic fans, but he has a certain hunger for the kind of video gamers who talk smack about Sonic. He wanted his own world to rule so his slaves would have a place to be. so he could enslave them. He hopes that one day, the doorway between his world and ours will break open, and all of his dark powers will pour out into our world. Maybe someday, he'll get that chance. Demon emoji. So basically, Sonic EXE is original in that it's the first Sonic OC that is explicitly pro-slavery. Without the cheesiness of the early 2010s, it's very unlikely that we'd be precisely here today. And speaking of cheese, I alluded to the fact that Sonic EXE was banned, even though it is clearly very easy to find right now. And the reason I drag this out is because in what is one of the funniest things I have ever heard in my life, Sonic EXE was considered to be so poorly written by the admins of the Creepypasta Wiki that less than 2 years after its publication, they simply would not abide this thing on their website. And if you've ever read like a regular creepypasta that didn't get popular, you probably know that the average writing quality is like stroke-inducingly bad. So it's no surprise that upon learning what had happened to his creation, JC lost his mind. And now that we finished discussing Sonic EXE's rise, it's time to discuss the fall. Fur Affinity, the furry art sharing website. On January 14th of 2014, JC took to Fur Affinity and wrote a scathing journal entry accusing the creepypasta admins of bull friggin' horseshit. As he put it, the admins of the Creepypasta Wiki have finally decided to delete Sonic EXE off of the wiki on the grounds that it was, quote, badly written and, quote, had too many cliches and, quote, was a bad example of what should be a creepypasta. But to be clear, a revised version is still up on the site, and the full version has been reposted basically everywhere else. And after 2014, Sonic EXE experienced a decline in popularity, until two huge gamer moments completely turned things around. The first was the Sonic renaissance brought on by the release of Sonic Mania, the 2020 live-action Sonic film with the terrifying CGI, and the age-old curse of liking something ironically for so long, it becomes unironic. And the second was Friday Night Funkin'. Released via Newgrounds in October of 2020, this rap battle rhythm game met instant commercial success and maintains an active fan community, even today. One of the biggest factors in its success was fan-made mods. So when the Versus Sonic EXE mod dropped in August of the following year, a new generation of young gamers who were probably in grade school during the pasta's origin were exposed to this legendary meme for the first time. And like fans of old, these kids immediately got to work, making their own edgy OCs, alternate universes, and lore. But by the time Sonic EXE experienced its second win, JC had been completely cut out of his creation. Because ironically, this guy was way scarier than anything he tried to write. JC the Hyena, active on Fur Affinity since 2010, is a digital artist with a love for Sonic the Hedgehog, macro fetish art, and erotic Discord roleplay. And in July of 2021, right before the Friday Night Funkin' mod would put JC's creation back on the map, Twitter artist Broken Dollmaker posted screenshots of JC engaging in very inappropriate conduct with a 14-year-old who he knew to be 14 over Discord.
Oh my fucking god, this game.
And the following month, user Shay took ownership of the Sonic EXE story from JC and his then girlfriend, who voluntarily outed herself too as a pedophile. So, what's left? Shay continues to helm the Sonic EXE project and maintains no connection to the original creator. Sonic EXE continues to amass new fan projects, ironic and sincere to this day. In fact, the Sonic the Freecog meme going around right now actually uses a design from one of the fan characters. And as for JC, his behavior is irredeemable and his cancellation deserved. But he did leave a parting note before vanishing entirely in the form of a confession and a plea for other victims generally to come forward. And in a true case of separating the art from the artist, Sonic EXE lives on in the hearts and minds of millions. One of the silliest and most legendary pastas to stand the test of time. And though its legacy is spotty, there's no slowing this meme down. Because like Sonic always says, gotta go fast. This is the worst one. I spent 45 minutes trying to come up with a pun for this video, and I could not do it. I am so sorry. This has been Bad Art History. This video was made possible by scum cells like you. Thank you. Huge shout out to the Scum Brotherhood, Fat Pup. Hawk Tua, hook hands, and BDSM. The 3 ingredients needed to write some of the most terrifying fanfiction ever to hit the internet. In 2001, a young woman wrote a series of obsessive blogs about her life goals: getting married, becoming a teacher, and suffering an accident that would cut off both her hands and disable her for life. And while many assumed that this was just creative writing, many more were deeply concerned that out there was a person being encouraged by the amputee fetish community to cut off her own hands. And just before her accident was set to occur, she completely disappeared. So what happened to her? Who are the people that get off to sexy amputation? And did she actually cut off her hands? This is the never-ending rabbit hole of Carol DBE. This is The Freaky Files. The year is 2000, and it was dark times ahead. A boy band called Limp Bizkit was sweeping the nation, and this was considered a triumph of graphic design. But for every Space Jam and Bonzi Buddy were hundreds of personal websites, and among them was one seemingly innocuous blog run by a woman called Carol DBE. And I'm warning you now, this is a handful. As she writes in her very first post, "Hi, my name is Carol, and I'm a 21-year-old college student studying to become a teacher of exceptional disabled children. I'm a high myope, and I wear glasses with thick plastic lenses. I'm also a bona fide DBE, double below elbow amputee wannabe. Yes, that means I really do want to have both of my hands and both of my wrists amputated about 8 inches below my elbows." And there was a deeply uneasy quality about her writing that immediately caught many people's attention. She explains, "Ever since I can remember, I've constantly dreamed and fantasized about becoming a real amputee myself, especially a real DBE amputee who wears twin body-powered prostheses with matching Doran's number 5X stainless steel hooks. Since I have previously thought that my obsession about becoming a real DBE amputee was unnatural, like coveting thy neighbor's husband, I always used to hide my feelings from everyone. I say used to because my whole life has now changed quite significantly. Just this past August, Rob, my fiancé, introduced me to his former girlfriend, Debbie, a real DBE amputee who wears beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Doran's number 5X stainless steel hooks.
This sounds like
We became very good friends, and I soon revealed to her my desire to become a real DBE amputee. And this goes on for 20 pages. At first, internet onlookers reached the conclusion many of you probably already have. This is just fetish fiction written by a guy into amputee college girls. Classic. That's why it's so repetitive and feels written without a human audience in mind. Clearly, this is just a sex thing, and no real human woman would sit down and write this. Only she did, because Carol was a real person with a very real obsession and some very real plans for May 5th of 2001. Debbie has always treated me as if I were her younger sister, and she's always been totally honest and very upfront about telling me absolutely everything I wanted to know concerning her tragic accident, the operations that were performed on her 2 arm stumps, and her return to living a very normal life using her twin stainless steel hooks in place of her 2 amputated hands. After Rob became my boyfriend, we would spend countless hours talking about how I could become a real DBE amputee like Debbie. We finally decided that I would have to suffer an accident. After 6 more nearly identical posts with titles like "I want hooks for hands just like Pam Westlake" and "I want hooks for hands just like Blanche Shapiro," Carol reached the breaking point and decided that the only way she could ever feel complete was by suffering her own tragic accident. And luckily for her, her fiancé was not only incredibly supportive, but coincidentally had a history of dating DBE women. She writes, "I am indeed very well prepared to accomplish my new goal. I know just what to expect when I suffer the accident that causes me to become a real DBE amputee. I know just what to expect when I'm in the hospital to have surgery on my stumps. And I also know just what to expect when I finally have to wear twin body-powered prostheses with Doran's number 5X stainless steel hooks." And it would be shortly following this post, after Carol announced that her accident was scheduled to line up with her birthday, graduation, and wedding to Rob, that she would completely abandon her blog. And if you're like the average reader, you must be feeling stumped. Because if this is real, how is it that Carol is surrounded by people who would encourage her to cut off her own hands? Or at the very least, didn't seem to mind? Well, luckily for us, it turns out that Carol actually wrote an additional 40,000 words about her amputation on a different website. But before we can figure out what actually happened to her, we should probably figure out how anyone gets this way to begin with. So off the bat, Carol DBE can only be one of three things: a bizarre fan fiction, a fetish, or a person with body identity integrity disorder. 1. So, as someone who was very recently a young woman, I simply cannot believe that this is just a fictional story written completely for fun. And in one of her few online correspondences, Carol admits that only some aspects of the story are fictional, so we can safely rule out a creative writing project. 2. The fetish. Part of what makes Carol's blog feel so incredibly fetishistic is just how overwhelming it is to read. Between the constant repetition and a visual style that can only be described as highly distressing, the writing barely feels like writing at all. And it may sound like a nitpick, but you have to remember that the early 2000s experienced a wave of charmingly ugly web design. Personalizing your web page with epic GIFs and fonts was just as important as filling it with content. And there's truly just something off-kilter about how spare Carol's blog is, especially for something designed by a young woman. It's just endless, raw sensory input about how much this lady likes her hooks. It feels fetishy because it feels like it's addressed to an audience, but it appeals to no one. And even though Carol acknowledges that her fixation might be a little unusual, she has shockingly little insight into how strange this behavior actually is. And you know, it's a lot of these non-verbal cues that tell the bigger story. So fun fact, scent is actually a huge factor in non-verbal communication. For instance, the only reason anyone humors me in real life is because I smell really feeling good. My latest obsession have been scents that are dark, fruity, and feminine, and my current favorite is Cherry Bomb by Confessions of a Rebel. It has notes of amber, juicy black cherry, and cherry liquor, and it dries down into a really seductive scent. I'm obsessed with this brand. I actually have several entries from them alone, and I found them through Scentbird. Scentbird is a monthly fragrance subscription service that lets you try out several generous samples a month from hundreds of designer and indie brands. It's super affordable. You get your first month for only $8 and your next month for $16.95. And just to show you how much you can save with Scentbird, this Cherry Bomb perfume smells exactly like a different fragrance I've been looking at that costs over $500. You can change your scent samples every month, get to experiment with tons of different vibes without breaking the bank, and even discover your signature scent. This month, I'm trying out a few fragrances that are pretty different from my usual. Dolce & Gabbana's Light Blue, a fresh, citrusy summer scent, and Scentbird's original Strawberry Shortcake, a sweet, creamy scent that lasts forever. The packaging is stylish and super convenient. One vial contains way more than your average sample vial. Here's mine for comparison, and it's easy to take on the go. I love Scentbird. I've actually been using Scentbird for a couple years, and it was through them that I found one of my favorite fragrances ever. And if you're interested in trying Scentbird, use my code SCUMBAGAVAGE or click the link below to get 55% off at Scentbird. You can get these amazing designer fragrances for half the price. That's just $8, and you can do it with my code. Thank you so much to Scentbird for kindly sponsoring this video and on the show. But for reasons we'll get into shortly, Carol probably doesn't have a fetish, but Rob almost certainly does. I mentioned before that Rob, in addition to supporting Carol's goals, is somewhat of a participant. In the world of amputee fetishism, Rob is what's known as a devotee. That is, someone who is aroused by an amputee but does not wish to become one. Carol, on the other hand, is a wannabe, which in fetish terms is self-explanatory. And it is probably no coincidence that she refers to her DBE desires with this exact vocabulary. Apotemnophilia, aka amputee fetish, has actually been documented since the late 1800s, with its first mainstream exposure in 1972 in Penthouse Mag, of all places, with readers sending in anonymous letters explaining their fetish. As with many more offbeat fetishes, it's usually male devotees of female subjects, but there's a lot of variation here. As one case study reads, a 48-year-old white female had been interested in men who had mobility impairments since she was a teenager. The first evidence of her interest was in high school, when she dated a boy who had a severe limp. Although they kissed, she reports not being very sexually aroused by him and was interested not in having intercourse, but in being with him and potentially seeing his affected leg. And you might be surprised at the sheer diversity of amputee gooners online. The usual suspects, DeviantArt, Fur Affinity, 4chan, this other website, contain at least several thousand images of limbless ladies apiece. Second Life, the OG predecessor to platforms like VRChat and the Metaverse, is home to a small but thriving amputee worship society. And in the real world, practitioners of this interest range from able-bodied people just role-playing in the privacy of their home to full-on 24/7 BDSM slave relationships in which amputees are subject to every whim of their master. Which brings us back to Rob. Rob has what's called acrotomophilia, meaning he is specifically turned on by the process and aftermath of other people's amputations. And while this is relatively harmless if kept in one's mind, it's difficult to read Carol's writings without getting the impression that she's a very vulnerable young woman being groomed into fetish behavior by her fiancé. For some of these people, it's a very slippery slope from obsessing over their partner losing a limb to engaging in roleplay to encouraging self-injurious behavior. And if you think this is a stretch, let's remember that Carol, for seemingly no reason, references her very poor eyesight and thick glasses. In fact, she does this repeatedly in all of her writing, because in addition to being a DBE wannabe, she's also what's known as a mild girl, a girl with severe myopia. So while researching this video, I actually stumbled upon the very obscure community of mild girl fetishists. A user named Jack Cass, who will come up again, runs a Tumblr full of pictures of women with Coke bottle glasses, canes, and a range of disability aids. VisionInspects.com, which at first just looks like a forum about glasses, is actually a digital mild girl gloom page. And in one particularly distressing case, user Specs Forever tells the story of a 15-year-old schoolgirl, allegedly, who hit him up for advice about making her friend's vision worse. The two of them engaged in a brief relationship, allegedly, in which he mailed her increasingly stronger lenses that she would secretly swap out for her friend to wear until her friend's vision deteriorated to this. There's a striking parallel between this and the relationship Rob seems to have with Carol, Debbie, and his previous paramours. The myopia, the double amputation, the subtext that Carol will probably have to rely on Rob for almost everything, including her ability to jork it, simply checks too many boxes. But there's a third, much more likely explanation for the mystery that is Carol DBE. But in order to explain that, let's finish Carol's story. The only thing scarier than Carol's writing style was her abrupt exit from the internet following her vow to cut off her hands. But the truth is, she didn't go anywhere, and though she abandoned her main blog for reasons unknown, she continued to obsessively chronicle her desires on a digital zine site called ananda.gloomchen.com. This site, which hosted a range of fictional stories, became Carol DBE's new focus. And on July 21st, 2001, Carol submitted this absolute chungus of a paragraph to the website. She wrote, "I just recently celebrated my 22nd birthday, my marriage, and my graduation from college. Although much more important than those three events is my ongoing celebration of my new life. My new life as a young woman who's not only extremely myopic, but who's also a real DBE amputee." It's worth noting that she places way more of an emphasis on her myopia in this submission than she has in the past. 4 years ago, I met Rob, who's now my husband. He has been a true woman arm amputee devotee, there's that word again, for as long as he can remember. It was Rob who explained to me that I was a true DBE woman amputee wannabe, that I wasn't abnormal in any way, and that I wasn't suffering from any kind of mental illness. This guy's a fucking predator. After Rob became my boyfriend, we would spend countless hours talking about how I could become a real DBE amputee like Debbie. We finally decided that I would have to suffer an accident that would result in the complete amputation of both of my hands just about 2 inches above both of my wrists. Rob and I both carefully and completely planned out my accident down to the very last detail, including how we would make absolutely sure that no doctor would be able to reattach either one or both of my hands after I'd amputated them. On Saturday, May 5th, 2001, the day that Rob and I had specifically selected for my accident, at long last arrived. I met Rob at his apartment, and I was wearing a pair of good jeans along with a new white short sleeve sweatshirt because I was going to help Rob with some work that he was doing. I cannot and I do not want to go into the details of the work we did that day because I don't want anyone to even think about doing what I actually did. All I'll say is that during the course of our work, Rob had to temporarily leave me alone while he went to get a few things that we needed. During the several minutes that he was gone, I suffered a very tragic accident. I not only completely severed both of my hands about 1 inch above both of my wrists, but I also completely mangled what little remained of my 2 amputated hands. As I screamed for help, I could sense that my entire body was going into shock. When he heard my screams, Rob rushed back, and when he saw the totally handless stumps of my 2 arms, he then realized what I'd already realized. I'd actually succeeded in finally becoming a real BBE. From here, Carol describes her family's utter devastation through struggles post-accident and her absolute joy at having gotten rid of her hands at long last. Though she disclaims at the very end that she would never recommend anybody do this, nor does she want anyone to suffer as a consequence of her decision, she maintains that this was her happily ever after. But it seems, thankfully, that the amputation story was the fictional half of her kinda fictional writing. The editor of the website affirms that, although this is one of the weirder submissions that he's ever gotten, it's merely a fictional account of Carol's future plans. Which is to say,
Bro, what the
her hands
fuck?
are fine. And though we'll cover the present day in just a minute, this brings us to the third and most likely explanation for this entire thing. 3. Body Identity Integrity Disorder, also known as BIID. Though controversial and very poorly understood, BIID is a mismatch between one's mental body map versus what's actually there. This extremely rare pathology is thought to be present from birth. Sufferers of this condition experience a sense of over-completion. Something about their body is foreign or excessive to them and they simply cannot go on until it is removed. And as you can probably surmise, this carries a very high risk of fucking around and finding out. In one of the most famous BIID cases on the internet, Kelly Ronahan, also known online as Differentially Kelly, suffered some combination of BIID and Munchausen syndrome. Though otherwise physically healthy, she was consumed by a need to be sick and attended to constantly. She systematically created and infected all sorts of wounds on her legs until the damage became so severe, doctors were forced to amputate.
Ooh.
And much more infamously, in 2015, a woman named Jewel Shooping went public with her BIID story. Convinced that she was meant to live as a blind person, Jewel could not be persuaded of the danger of her condition and took matters into her own hands when she poured drain cleaner directly into her eyes, which is what most of you probably do when you watch my videos. She was permanently blinded.
BIID means that you have a need to be disabled in some way. In my case, it was a need to go blind. I found that drain cleaner is little less painful, although it does a lot of damage to the eye. Because drain cleaner was easily available to me, I went with that.
And though people with BIID claim that their removal or destruction of the affected body part really does improve their lives in the long term, this is obviously not the case. For more on this particular angle, by the way, I would absolutely recommend the Internet Investigator or Darby Valentine's videos on Carol BB. And I suspect that Carol probably has something similar to this, because as she writes in the post-amputation part of her story, almost immediately I felt as though a tremendously heavy weight had finally been lifted off of my shoulders, because I honestly felt relieved that all my years of waiting were at last over. I also felt an overwhelming sensation of joy, because I realized I would finally be spending the rest of my life as a real DBE amputee, who would wear beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5X stainless steel hooks. And I truly believe that at the heart of Carol's predicament is the fact that not only did she experience a real sense of alienation, maybe not from her hands, but certainly from some part of her body, but that she was also being very intentionally pushed in a certain direction by a guy with a better. And knowing all of this, who is Carol BB? In perhaps the greatest twist of this entire ordeal, Reddit actually did something pretty based. In 2019, a post in the non-murder mystery
What the
subreddit
fuck?
renewed interest in Carol and her real identity. After weeks of cross-referencing social media posts, user Snails for Speedy managed to track Carol down on Facebook. And you'll be glad to hear that she not only separated from Rob, but appears to be happily married and leading a very ordinary life. And in a bit of a weird coincidence, one Reddit detective identified a Rob Kassler as referenced in Carol's posts, though I highly doubt this is the same guy. Rob Kassler and Jack Cast not only vaguely share a name, but are also devotees of the exceedingly rare Mayo Girl and amputee fetish combo. So make of that what you will. Carol DBE's presence in the early 2000s internet, though fleeting and anomalous, created one of the most enduring and fascinating rabbit holes we have to date. And this could have been a much longer video had I read more of her blog or dug into the dozens of fetishes that her writing, intentionally or not, absolutely catered to. But with a case like this, truly, the more you seek, the more you'll find. And I think it's about time I let you off the hook. This has been The Freaky Files.
It's fucked up.
先生、皆さんから電話を預かりましたよ。はい。皆さん、素材集めに協力してくれるそうです。
Fucking communication error. What the fuck is going on today? It actually deceived me as well. Maybe not? Yeah.
Have you ever heard a seemingly innocent phrase that you just knew meant something evil? Maybe tub girl or lemon party or the furry cheese grater? Then you may just be the victim of the darkest image in furry history. In 2007, one artist posed the question that would change the world. What would happen if you put a cheese grater inside your own butt? The answer resulted in a drawing so universally feared that it only survives through word of mouth, and any new links to it are quickly deleted. But why? How bad could it possibly have been? And how did it get the artist that made it effectively booted off the internet? This is the mystifying lore of the furry cheese grater. Today's bad art history: furries, foxholes, and Nancy Pelosi. It all begins in 2007. YouTube is barely in its infancy, the first iPhone hits the market, and Nancy Nation is only getting started. But in a lesser-known corner of the internet lived the then poorly understood furry community. And all of their hard work towards mainstream acceptance would be utterly destroyed on April 20th of 2007. That day, for seemingly no reason at all, a user on adult furry website E621 posts the fetish art that will live in infamy. A rather plain digital illustration of a ferret, fox, raccoon-looking creature upside down, crying and bleeding, with an unknown third party rapidly removing a cheese grater from between his legs. the comments exploded with hatred and ironic worship because one thing was perfectly clear. Nobody liked this, but problems were already beginning to form. While dozens of users begged for the image to be taken down since it was not only hurting their eyes but their reputations, the original uploader was an admin, so he didn't have to listen to anybody. And he didn't. And while this could have just quietly lived and died on this one website, beneath anyone's notice, several users had quietly saved the image and started posting it where it really didn't belong. A quick detour to 2005. Dragoneer, known also as Jean-Paul Pichet, joins a relatively new website called Fur Affinity. After falling in love with the community, Dragoneer would take ownership of the site just 2 years later. Together with artist K9, Dragoneer came up with Fender, the Ferret Fox hybrid, Fur Affinity's new official mascot and soon-to-be victim of a kitchen appliance. So by the time the faded artwork had been uploaded, Fur Affinity was one of the most recognizable faces of furries online. And though it may have set out to just be a regular art site, it was almost immediately overwhelmed with tons of porn. The furry optics sucked. But you may be asking yourself, this was 2007. Shock media was huge back then. It took virtually no effort to find everything from people eating poop to losing their own heads. And other than the obvious, what made this drawing that bad? It's not real. Surely there was worse stuff out there. And there was. But here's why that didn't really matter. Quick internet history. If you don't know, Encyclopedia Dramatica, ED for short, was a satirical Wikipedia-style website with articles about every aspect of internet culture. It still technically exists, but it goes down constantly. And like 4chan, being featured on this website in any capacity was very bad news for you. For obvious reasons, the cheese grater image was prominently displayed on articles about furry activities and online sex weirdos. Rumors exaggerating the content of the image were piling up into a living legend that was monstrous compared to the actual thing. So this just wasn't adding up. This was not the worst furry artwork by even a mile. So why the hype? To answer that, we have to travel 1 year back to the GOAT. C. Shock images need no introduction, and I'm not giving you a deep dive, but it's important to understand that furries, regardless of what you may personally believe about them, use the internet much like anyone else. So it only follows that furries would have their own universe of shock image. And to briefly go over the more infamous ones, in no particular order: Sandy Kbor, Spyro Subway, Two Babies, One Fox, also known as Bench Tails, Cars Banging Dragons, Dragons Banging Cars, the copy pasta about Vaporeon, a bizarre quantity of raccoon gore. Keep that one in mind. And Dorses. And the uniting factor between these, Goatsy, and the cheese grater? It's mostly fetish stuff. While there's no shortage of fetish art on the internet, the artwork that you see in memes is usually the stuff that avoids immediate detection. Inflation, transformation, the Wonder Bread guy, and much like the GOAT of all shock images, the cheese grater hits several emotional highs at the same time. It's gory, it's gay, it's furry, it's deeply entrenched in a subculture, and it was potentially many people's first involuntary exposure to sexualized gore. And over the next 11 years, the cheese grater image stuck, becoming the single most downvoted furry art of all time. Just to put this in perspective for you, E621 hosted 1.5 million images of furries putting things inside their ass when this happened. People made fan art. The word cheese grater was its own meme now, thanks in part to a copy pasta so disgusting that if I read it to you, my channel would be deleted. But that backstory, much like the mythos surrounding this drawing, was just made up by a random person. But between the image itself, the shaky reputation of the community, and the borderline obsession people on 4chan and Encyclopedia Dramatica had with documenting cringe and gore on the internet, the cheese grater was simply too good to pass up. Cringe culture wouldn't even be relevant for another 10 years, but there was absolutely a growing appetite for pointing and laughing, especially at furries. But wait, I hear you say, how can I point and laugh at anything with nothing on my wrist? Luckily for us, today's video has been kindly sponsored by Holzkern. Holzkern is an Oshkosh with ceramic eye. Thank you so much to Holzkern for sponsoring this video, and on with the show. But how exactly is it sexual? Calling this a fetish is a tall order when there's so much edgy art for edge's sake. So let me prove it to you. First up, the blood, humiliation, and disfigurement largely fall under the umbrella of guro, which is an adult fascination with gore and mutilation. As of filming, E621 hosts no fewer than 14,000 images tagged as gore. So while this is by no means a popular fetish, it's definitely thriving. Second, while extremely poorly documented, there have been several notable instances of cheese-related freak phenomena. In 2013, a very normal DeviantArt user, likely inspired by the cheese grater image, wrote a fanfiction about real-life YouTube duo Dan and Phil using a cheese grater to create bacon bits out of Phil's hog. In 2014, a Philadelphia man labeled the Swiss cheese pervert pled guilty to indecent exposure after he was caught approaching random women with a slice of cheese and asking them if they wanted to watch him rub it on himself. What did he mean by this? In 2018, a German man was found covered in cheese and dead inside of a plastic bag. It was ruled an autoerotic accident. And beyond that, what few blogs exist about cheese and/or cheese grater fetishes tend to either be total word salads or completely inactive. r/quesosexuals is without content, and one of the only relevant articles about a cheese fetish clearly delineates that it is simply too obscure to be its own thing. But let's not kid ourselves here. This has very little to do with cheese and very much to do with the prevalence of shock jock behavior in the late 2000s and early 2010s internet. Most likely, the appeal of this image for people who truly get off to this stuff is the use of a dangerous object in such an intimate, humiliating, and painful way. Which brings us back again to E621 and 4chan. While E621 is no stranger to some pretty extreme content, it does come down hard on those who break the rules. Entire fetish categories and specific users have been blacklisted from the site for much less. And up until 2006, 4chan and 7chan, to a much lesser extent, were more than willing to host the content that E621 considered too far. Although, fun fact, there was a period of time where users on 4chan were so fed up with furry posting that they kept spamming threads with images of trains until the furries fled to 7chan, among other reasons. The cheese grater, essentially, was a perfectly engineered shock image. Unsuspecting, known by one seemingly innocuous word, largely unknown outside the furry fandom, and frightening enough for normies without crossing over into real-life gore or illegal imagery. So with all this said, where the hell did it go? In 2018, over a decade after the original upload, artist CB successfully filed a takedown claim and finally got the image nuked for good. But this wasn't without consequence. CB's reputation had been significantly damaged, inextricably linked to this one artwork. And whether it was due to blowback or through personal choice, CB removed virtually all of their artwork from the internet and vanished without much of a trace. And the uploader of the post that started it all, an admin named Arcturus, had suffered so much unrelated controversy in the following years that he too was eventually banned off the site. And it is kind of fucked up that Arcturus refused to take the image down, even though it wasn't his to post, for as long as he did. But somewhat unsurprisingly, the takedown didn't make the cheese grater any less relevant, and no sooner was the original post gone than dozens of reposts on various subreddits and image boards sprang up in its place. Fender, the Fur Affinity mascot, doesn't seem to have been permanently traumatized from this experience, although I suspect that many furries, Dragoneer included, may have taken issue with such a depiction. And on a separate note, as for Dragoneer, his lifetime commitment to the furry world actually recently came to an end due to his untimely passing. And while Fender wasn't his most important contribution, it was undoubtedly iconic. And unfortunately, this is basically everything we know. In spite of the massive, bloody internet footprint of this image, very little documentation remains. The idea of a ferret fox raccoon with a cheese grater wedged up his rear ended up being 1,000 times more mimetic than the drawing could ever be, which is usually how these things go. Although furries today are by no means mainstream, their online reputation has significantly improved in spite of decades of controversy, this one included. And as for the posters who gifted us this abomination, there have been very few developments in CB's or Arcturus' ends. Which is just as well, because deadass, this topic has been incredibly grating. This has been Bad Art History. Thanks again to Holes Current for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to use my link and go to fullscreen.com/scumbagovich and use code SCUM to get 10% off your purchase store-wide. Apologies for what is probably a much shorter video this week. This was like relatively poorly documented compared to anything I've ever looked up. You would think for something this influential it would have like requisite documentation, and it did not. There's so little information on this. It's literally word of mouth. The thing is word of mouth, the research is word of mouth. Thank you so much to Canada Cat for his gracious research assistance, and thank you as always to the patrons for making this possible. My sincerest appreciation to the Scum Brotherhood, Fat Pug, Preppy, Green Goat, Kale, Kitty S. Fleas, Kyle, Matt Voltron, Maxie, Perry, Rotten Pie, Scoo, Slothy3D, and Trevor Savage. And to Scum Babies, Acidic, Alice, Alexander First, Angel Perez Calzada, Apoptosis Necrosis, Baker, Kara, Corneas.
True. Yay. New titles. I wonder if the god is again unlocked on 500. Should be here, right? 500. Kinda annoying that they deleted like another fucking thing that was pretty cool, that you would see like explanation mark near the new stuff. Which? Oh, Sapphire Star. Oh, damn. No God, though. I think God was on the Sunbreak or just Space Rise. 500 MR, I mean HR. We shall lose it. That's pretty close. I don't know the fucking thing now. No. Could replace this with this. Whatever. Ruined! Fucking ruined.
The South Korean furry heart surgeon who spent over $100 grand on Star Fox giant furry porn. Or so goes the legend. A furry philanthropist so committed to his fetish that he single-handedly financed the creation of an entire adult genre. So how does nobody know who this guy is? Since 2010, one mysterious furry has devoted himself to commissioning thousands of images of giant Star Fox characters getting it on with buildings, entire planets, and each other. A furry whose contributions to the community line the pockets of hundreds of artists, yet whose paper trail is non-existent. So how did he run in to this much money? Is it actually possible to pork an entire planet? And how deep does this furry hole actually go? This is a case of fur, fluids, and financial literacy. This is the legendary true story of Togepi 1125. Tonight's bad art history, the giant furries who have sex with buildings, and the human being determined to make this a reality. So if you've never seen this before, Star Fox Macro Furry Art refers to this growing collection of over 3,000 lovingly rendered images of characters from the Star Fox and Pokemon game series engaging in violent, passionate, planet-destroying love acts. You may notice the wide variety of art styles, the skyscrapers used for scale, and the fighter jets firing in vain at the 60,000-foot-tall lovers as they obliterate Corneria City. But if you think this is just some extreme example of furry behavior, you'd be wrong. Because the mainstream roots of this fetish as we understand it today actually got their start in the 1950s indie sci-fi scene. So what can Super Smash Bros. Melee, exorbitant spending, and giant angry broads possibly have in common? And how did it result in all of this? The answer is a lot more sophisticated than you may think. But before we begin, this video was kindly brought to you by our first ever sponsor, Factor. As someone who lives in a big city with a 24-hour work schedule, I know how stressful and time-consuming it can be to cook. 2007, South Korea. Still ringing in the new year, on January 4th, Fur Affinity user Togepi1125 uploads this adult fanfiction, featuring Fox and Falco from the beloved 1993 SNES game being really good friends in the shower. And immediately, fellow users voiced their admiration of Togepi's work, encouraging him to make more. But little did they know how much more they were about to get. Inspired by the positive reception, Togepi got to work, uploading several several suggestive photos of Star Fox plushies and, bizarrely, this one of Diddy Kong. But faced with his own artistic limitations, Togepi realized that the only thing standing between him and a universe of custom Star Fox was his wallet. Though it's not clear if these were gifts or commissions, by March of 2007, Togepi was posting art created by friends and fans every single week. And the more he posted, the more of a niche fan base he acquired. By 2009, he was increasingly becoming known to the furry community not for his artwork, but for his extremely specific fetish. Fox and Falco getting it on as they grow to the size of buildings. By 2010, Togepi was becoming kind of a household name, and he was literally keeping the lights on for a lot of these artists. Though we'll touch on this later, please keep in mind that furry commissions can get very expensive very fast. But for Togepi, money was simply no object. And in May 2010, we hit the point of no return. If I'm gonna spend $1,000 to $2,000 a month on Star Fox, I may as well shoot for the moon, he thought. And from here on out, the fetish got more and more particular. Feet, speedos, catastrophic weather events, and Fox always on the bottom. And in case any viewers were concerned about the hypothetical safety of those in Fox and Falco's way, not to worry, because Togepi was hard at work creating extensive fetish lore for the art. 42 rules, in fact. But notable among them were collecting robots, the ability to breathe underwater, and weekly planned evacuations of the planets that got turned into flashlights. There's a lot to discuss, but with crazy spending came crazier rumors. Furries and 4chan users alike speculated wildly on just how Togepi was able to afford this many commissions. He worked in surgery. He must have been a heart or a brain surgeon. That's why he must be so guarded about his identity, right? But the years came and went, and few explanations actually surfaced. And by 2016, Togepi had not only generated 99% of all Macro Falco artwork, but also revealed that he had spent $60,000 on it since it all began, only adding to the urban legend about secret mega-rich furries who will drop crazy money to get off. But the crazy money thing, at a bird's eye view, can be explained. He might have a high-paying job, and so can the fascination with Star Fox. Furries exist, but how do you account for the giant thing and the ever-growing community, pardon the pun, of macro furs? For once, I don't really know. So let's bring in our resident fetish expert. Hi, I'm somebody else. Anyway, before we can debunk any rumors, let's understand exactly what fetish we're dealing with here. Macrophilia, which directly translates to lover of large, is a sexual fascination with giants, typically giant women or objects. But as with many adult interests, there's a ton of variation. And when it comes to furries, it's very much its own thing. Macrofurs, as the name suggests, is macrophilia with a coat of hair. Or as Wikifur puts it, a fur-speak term used to describe any furry character who is much larger than a normal-sized being. Some macrofurs fantasize about being the giant, others fantasize about surrendering to the giant's overwhelming might, sometimes called microphiles, and others still just get off to the aesthetic. And if your gut's telling you that this is largely an internet thing, you'd be right. Modern furry culture has kind of always existed in the form of fanzines and art, but its true heyday came in the 90s with the advent of news groups and IRC chat rooms. And as for macrofur specifically, in 1997, macrophile.com changed everything, inspiring dozens of similar websites like Giantess Boru, Giantess World, and notably Tembin's Macro Furry and Animal in Media page, an exhaustive catalog of every time an animal character anywhere became giant. Though this website wasn't outwardly explicit, it marked a sexual awakening for thousands of macrofurs. Even today, macrofur artwork is ubiquitous on everything from DeviantArt to trash to Twitter. And we can do the internet history bit all day, but I'd much rather get to the burning question of what is the appeal. To quote one online macrophile, I remember seeing a rerun of Attack of the 50-Foot Woman when I was around 13 years old. Seeing her tear the roof off the building to get at her husband overwhelmed my young brain at the time. Shortly after that, another movie called Village of the Giants did the same thing. I can remember one of the giantesses in the movie said something like, "Oh, why don't I just stop?" Which again turned my underage mind on like nothing prior. I was drawn to the giantess's beauty and power despite the danger such an encounter would bring. Whether it be as food to nourish her superior body or as a sexual play toy to be used and broken after, I would
fucking
have
hate
no
this
choice
fact.
other than to
Stop fucking jumping, Mario!
life be hers to do with as she pleased would become the sole purpose for my existence.
Oh my fucking god.
Danger, fear, and sexual excitement would outweigh my very evolutionary instinct for survival. So to boil it down, power, helplessness, and a controlled sense of fear, otherwise known as the core components of many of these types of fetishes. But there's a very human element too, one that you may find somewhat relatable. As adult creator Giantess Caitlin puts it, the first time I had this tingly feeling was when I was watching Tom have so much fun trying to catch Sarah. Little did I know it was the start of my sexuality. By the time I got to high school, I was fantasizing about literally crushing my high school crushes, swallowing my boyfriends and girlfriends alive, and putting my entire foot through the school. Most of the time, I felt out of place and very alone sexually. And in a way, it makes sense. The desire to experience fear and helplessness at the hands of a being that could kill you, but instead takes a liking to you and chooses to let you live, can be an incredibly comforting and arousing scenario to a certain type of person. But as far as Togepi 1125 is concerned, 60 grand and counting is a heart-stopping amount of money. But luckily for us, Togepi is the top heart surgeon in all of South Korea. That is, according to everyone, that isn't him. Illuminating commentary from Dollar Store Shoe on Head. So to cut right to the chase here, Togepi is not a heart surgeon or a neurosurgeon or anything of the sort. In fact, he's debunked this more than once to deaf ears. In a 2021 interview, he explains that while he does work in the medical field, he makes a normal salary and saves money by living at home and spending his pocket change on commissions. He pretty candidly states that he doesn't have much money left over, which leaves only one huge question unanswered. How did he figure out that he was into this? It all goes back, as most things do, to Super Smash Bros. Melee for the Nintendo GameCube. 2001, Melee, an ensemble fighting game featuring an array of Nintendo characters, blows up. It was the first GameCube title to sell 1 million copies, and it would rock 14-year-old Togepi's world forever. One day, while playing the game, he learned of an action replay code called Mushroom Stacker Code, a way to cheat the game by making your character grow infinitely. Though he had a fondness for giants, heroes, and giant hero characters since his early childhood, something about this action replay code awakened him. He describes meticulously testing it out on every character until he landed on Fox and Falco, and from there began his affinity for the Star Fox series. The more he played, the closer he grew to the characters, discovering aspects of his sexuality along the way. He cites the scene in Alice in Wonderland where Alice grows to the size of a house as being particularly fascinating for his young self. But the first time he truly realized he was into macro, in his own words, the very first moment that I found macro sexually arousing was when I played Mario Party 3. There was a mini game named Toadstool Titan that the players became giant with the mushroom and beat other players. Giant Yoshi aroused me in an unusual way. That's not all. You may recall that Togepi laid out a set of 42 fetish rules for his universe. And that's because he feels particularly connected to the character. He describes his version of Falco as an ideal being who is worshipped by non-giants, a cocky and brash personality that he admits is a departure from the games. And he's hardly the first person to project his desires onto a giant being, because we've been doing this since at least 1726. Allow me to regale you with a micro-history lesson on macrophilia. Gulliver's Travels, a satirical story based on exaggerated travelers' tales from the 1700s, is known among some macrophiles for one scene in particular. The protagonist, Gulliver, sails to the island of Lilliput, only to be attacked by an army of tiny Lilliputians and restrained to the ground. Or for a more iconic example, one needs only look at Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, a 1958 indie sci-fi flick about a wealthy heiress who becomes a giant after an encounter with an alien. After being gaslit, restrained, and finding out about her husband's infidelity, she goes on a scantily clad rampage, destroying everything in her path. Now, are either of these actually works of fetish fiction? Maybe the second one, but I sincerely doubt it. But their impact is undeniable. Like Mario Party 3 for Togepi, these works of fiction, among many similar, represented a fetish awakening for many macrophiles. The ingredients are all there if you think about it. Bondage, power dynamics, surrendering yourself to an overwhelming force. Sometimes it really does just take two neurons firing in precisely the right way to get back to life. But that's ancient history, which brings us neatly along to the present day. As of filming, Togepi's Fur Affinity page contains 3,438 submissions and counting. Though I should point out that a lot of these are just slight variations on each other. A lot of work, nonetheless. But this all comes out to real money, and in 2019, Togepi claimed that his commissions had thus far ran him 96 grand, which, if my math is correct, comes out to $156,000 as of this year. That's $156,000 put back into the furry economy. And to call this guy a folk hero among furries would be seriously underselling it. Even now, his Twitter replies are filled with furries and non-furries alike, thanking him for lining the pockets of hundreds of real people. So enormous was this man's need to coom that an untold number of artists probably paid their rent, bought their groceries, and filled up their car with his commission money. Is his fetish a little bit strange and impenetrable for those outside the furry community? Perhaps, but his contributions improved many lives, and if his extremely active Twitter and Fur Affinity are anything to go by, he has no plan on stopping anytime soon. And truly, he seems incredibly modest about the whole thing. He concludes his 2021 interview by saying, "There are many small fetishes in the furry fandom, and art commissions are one of the best ways to satisfy such needs and to find friends having a common interest. I want every fetish to be respected." And in the biggest irony of all, for a man so obsessed with big giants and heroes, he became one of the biggest heroes the furry community had ever seen. And though there may come a day where another furry inevitably outspends him, that's a pretty tall order. This ends tonight's coverage of bad art history.
I never understood the giant fucking king and fetish. Guess that video explains it a little bit, but it's still kind of... toilet. Wow. What is this?
The cursed Sonic Shadow toilet art with no known origin. For the last 10 years, this mysterious illustration has been endlessly reposted on Twitter and Reddit, a staple of the bad Sonic fan art genre. Few could resist the appeal of the anthropomorphic Sonic toilet, but the more you investigate this image, the weirder it gets. Endless dead links, a bizarre image board whose existence has been wiped from the surface web, and one of the longest, strangest, most unexplainable games of telephone on the internet. Who drew this? Where did they go? And why are they so determined never to be found? This is the never-ending rabbit hole of the Skibidi Sonic toilet.
Skibidi Sonic toilet.
Today's art history mystery, Fur Affinity, fluids, and how to fall off the face of the earth. In case you've never seen it, this is a rather infamous piece of Sonic fan art, featuring Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog merged into a single, fleshy, toilet entity. Shadow can be seen voicing his disapproval of the situation, and just out of frame looms the fat gut of the character coming to use the bathroom. And remember the gut, because it is very important. So, for obvious reasons, this image persisted in people's memory. And right off the bat, there's a weird inconsistency. Because since this image's earliest known origin of Halloween of 2013, the version that's been posted and reposted ad nauseum is actually cropped. The left section of the image is often cut out entirely, and when you plug it into reverse image search, something weird happens. The earliest result goes nowhere. Fools.us is a defunct site with broken formatting. No matter, old forums die off and fail to archive all the time. But you start pulling the thread and you realize there are tons of dead links. And strangely enough, this image did not originate from DeviantArt, Fur Affinity, or even Q1067. And if you don't know what that is, We'll get there. But there's another lead. iChan.org. Several links come back to iChan, but once you start looking them up, it's another dead end. There is zero trace of iChan anywhere online other than this dead Twitter account and this little mushroom icon. But we can use context clues. Chan boards are infamously filled with adult content, and their insular nature makes them difficult to find. Based on the content of the image, we can make an educated guess about the kind of board it appeared on, and we can safely assume that it's legit fetish art, which does narrow things down. But finally, a break in the case. A reverse image result from November 29th, 2013 leads to cheeseburger.com, which leads to something awful. 2014. The earliest available version of this image is from a thread by user Andrew Garbage Day Miller listing the strangest fan art around. The early 2010s were very much the beginning of the larger cringe movement that would come to define the latter half of the decade, at least online. And there was truly something about the Sonic franchise that produced the strangest art you'd ever seen. The snowball effect truly began on February 13th of 2014, with this BuzzFeed listicle about bad Sonic art. Merely weeks later, it was reposted to College Humor, a massive website at the time. This image quickly became the poster child for terrible Sonic content. Between 2014 and 2017, this spread like wildfire. Anywhere you saw bad Sonic art, you saw this. This drawing was relentlessly posted to Reddit, to Twitter, to Imager, but never with an artist attribution. And one thing you need to understand about weird fetishy art like this is that the artist is often easy to find. So back to something awful. Right under the post, it says that it was created for the thread by one Friends Are Evil. So there we go. Mystery solved, right? This horrifying visage was created in 2013, it blew up in 2014, and sure enough, here was our guy. But something didn't feel quite right to me, so I reached out to Friends Are Evil, and lo and behold, he says this. I didn't actually do that Sonic Shadow toilet drawing. I think Something Awful's formatting is a little confusing, so it might have read as mine. I did do this original drawing for the fan art thread ages ago. I definitely saw the Shadow Sonic toilet image circulating the thread around the time I was frequenting the thread in 2011 to 2012. So, nothing is adding up. The image has no clear origin. It was never posted on any of the usual suspects. And upon reflection, at the very top of the Something Awful thread is an attribution to an artist simply named Call Now. And Call Now is an absolutely untraceable entity. There is no social media or art website profile matching this name. It's basically unsearchable. Okay, pseudonym. Happens all the time, especially for very objectionable adult artwork. From here, things start getting really strange. The BuzzFeed article was one of the last prominent examples of the full version of the image being circulated, because after that point, it was almost exclusively this version instead. And it may not seem like a big deal, but removing the fat belly from this image removes a massive piece of fetish context. And we have to talk about the fetish. But before we get there, there's something really important you need to know. Out there on the internet, dress the Anthro Hedgehog in the room. Why is Sonic fan art so weird? I'm gonna be so real, I don't know, but I have a game theory. Sonic is a very child-oriented franchise that people tend to cling onto in their adulthood as a source of comfort. It also tends to be the cringier fan base due to its origins in 90s ratitude and failure to adapt to modern sensibilities. And historically, it's produced a lot of edgy OCs. And there's also a famous mismatch between the seriousness with which it handles its subject matter versus the execution. Now, the furry community is similarly deeply misunderstood and often a refuge for online artists, incredibly welcoming to people with marginal interests as well as fringe fetishes and adult content. So the Venn diagram of people interested in Sonic, digital art, and furry culture converges in a huge way. And as a result, you get tons of fan art that leans into increasingly niche interests. And as you approach the extremes, you get some really freaky art. And speaking of freaky, let's define exactly what fetishes we're discussing here. On the surface, this may just look like hee-hee funny Sonic, but I promise you, this type of fan art hits a lot of fetish cross-sections. Furry, feet, diapers, and transformation. And while most of these are self-explanatory, there is one that requires a closer look. Transformation, agalmatophilia, or
for
TF,
fuck's sake
is
with this
relatively
game.
common within the furry community, and that's not shocking given the transcendent nature of wanting to inhabit a non-human body. Its earliest furry web presence can be traced back to the 1997 site Transfer. And the closest to a formal definition I could find is from this incredible 2012 article by, I shit you not, professional British gaming researcher Dr. Mark Griffiths. He describes it as a form of sexual fetishism in which an individual derives sexual arousal from descriptions about and depictions of transformations, usually of people being transformed into other beings or objects. He continues, I also read that transformations are typically non-consensual, with the transformer often becoming confused, scared, or angry as the changes take place. And knowing all of that, this image suddenly becomes much easier to explain. But we still haven't answered the question of who the hell made this. And by this point, I was losing hope. 2 artist dead ends. Every version of the image led back to some other version in an endless game of telephone. And frankly, I was freaking out because at the time that I found artist number 1, I was sure that I had solved a decade-long mystery, and I even tweeted about it. And now, I had nothing to back it up. And the story could end right there. Were it not for the fact that there was one more famous piece of Sonic toilet transformation art in the exact same style. And this one, I was determined to find. So back to square one. DeviantArt was a complete bust. A potential link to Wizard-chan's depression board turned up nothing. And checking the file names of individual images was useless because many of them were named 2ce.png. The file name from the image on the Know Your Meme page. We were going in circles. So with determination in my heart, I returned to the Blue Furry site and typed in the following: Sonic, toilet, transformation, pee-pee. And sure enough, there was one image strikingly similar to the Sonic toilet. Sonic Urinal Heroes. We were so back. And to make a serious comparison here, both images are arranged the same way. On the left, an anonymous character with a large gut, which is why I brought it up before, looms over the transformation victims on the right. Both are set in a bathroom. Both use a relatively muted color palette. The line weight, the thin white highlights, the subject matter, the composition, the looks of distress. Even the way Shadow and Knuckles' eyes are rendered is remarkably similar. And if that wasn't enough, this image was posted on May 31st of 2013, mere months before the first archive sighting of the Shadow toilet. So who is our culprit? While I cannot claim beyond the shadow of a doubt that this is our guy, this break in the case was illustrated by a furry fetish artist going by the name Canada. Their galleries on Fur Affinity and Ink Bunny contain dozens and dozens of images of the Sonic crew in adult situations, including toilet transformation. For obvious reasons, I cannot show most of these on screen, and while it's important to credit an artist with their work, please be aware that these images are incredibly graphic and probably not worth having in your search history. So if you do seek them out, please be warned. Can we definitively say this is the artist? No. But the pieces all fit, and together, it's a hell of a coincidence. Now, as for the present day, this image still gets reposted from time to time, notably the version without the gut, but it's far past its heyday. Sonic art continues to be as weird and marginal as ever, and those who seek images like this out are surely to find more. While it cannot be said with certainty that Canada is the originator of this long-running Sonic meme, they have certainly done their part to contribute to the culture. And as for whoever may truly be responsible, their sheer dedication to never being tracked down is really admirable. So has this internet art mystery been solved? I think it's as solved as it's ever going to get. And if I wasn't unemployable before this video, my prospects now are certainly with Braindead. This has been an art mystery.
How many am I missing still? 15. Need to find 2 more investigations. Okay.
Is Celeste mouse and keyboard, or is it controller? Wow. It's controller.
Huh? Mouse and keyboard is so fucking good though. For Celeste.
How long will it take me to beat this game?
I mean, just keyboard. I don't think you even need mouse, right?
Madeline was my first dog name.
Oh fuck.
Is it Coots? Just
Bro,
breathe.
this game.
I feel like I'm being natural at this game. Why are you so nervous?
I feel like they tried their best to fix the Iceborne knockdowns and they just made it worse.
I can hear the French Canadian. Is he actually playing it? I'm playing it! Damn, Babushka roasting. Well, if it holds that like you can try out here, I think it'll be fine. Keep yourself, at least you know that us mounted in the strange place. I'm a gamer. Don't care. I'm a gamer. Easy. Easy. Shit! Goddamn. You can do this. Thanks, smiley face. Is the cam top left bad? Should I put it bottom left? I'm taking off my watch for this. I'm going gamer. Yes, you should. All right, cam bottom left. Oh, cam top left is... I'll put it middle left. The northern line placement. Perdóname. So how often can I use boosts? Every time I land, it looks like. Land refreshes boosts. Is the music too loud, chat? Maybe a little.
It is.
Fuck. Son of a bitch. Okay. I have to remember to LT. Fuck.
Louder.
Should I go for strawberries? Or is that a waste of my time? If you want 100% it, if you want to suffer, do it. Okay, I don't want to suffer. Cam top right. Damn. Okay, maybe if I do this, chat. Hold on, let's... I put cam top left. And then I...
Fuck me. It's stupid ass game.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh, come on! I dodged there. Oh my god.
I just want the timer showing at all times. All right, let's do it. What the hell? Okay, she gets fatigued. Fuck. Shit. Fuck! This is not the tutorial, chat. Okay. Wait. So let's go. Bing. Bing. Nice. What? How? Hold on, let me think about this. Okay, that's a recharge. Recharge crystal for maximum dashes. easy. Is there a penalty for dying? Huh? Oh. People will call you that. Oh, that's not too bad. Ooh! Come back. Okay. Good to know. Ice things leave forever. Try not to die.
Well, fucking pickup glitch.
Okay, I gotta time that release better. I think I can massively use momentum. Yeah. A little momentum conservation. Oh, I gotta jump. What? Wait, maybe I go here. Maybe higher ang. Okay, that was slow as hell. I think I higher ang. Yeah. I feel like playing Super Smash Bros. Melee makes me better at this game, but I don't know if that's just me trying to brag about how Melee's pog. Or if it's true. So, okay. Oh, I stay. Okay. Understood. Fuck! I can't make that jump. Can I make that jump? This game's just like doing math in grade school. It's all guessing and checking. And then when you get the right answer, that's kind of pog.
Bro.
Celeste Mountain. Top of it, dude. Kinda easy. Already done, bro. Shit. 6 to 8 hours, my ass. This might have been a mistake. Me when I play a game and lose thousands of viewers. How many chapters are there? 31 deaths. Kind of a lot. 7 in the main. Wait, and that was one full chapter? 8 chapters? Well, 9. 7 or 8 depending. Chat, how are there different answers to such a basic question? watch the Grand Saga? Yes. Oh, I know this song. It was one of the good songs. Can I go further down, maybe?
Come on!
Is this the right way? How do I know what I meant to do? Okay. I think I'm over-reliant on my dad. Nice. Was I supposed to? Who's this bitch? Hello. Rolling around at this. What the? Dude, the cat jam for Halloween is cute. Whoa! Speedruns of this game gotta be so cool. I don't know if I've ever watched one all the way through. What? But this is where I came from. Oh shit, I'm dumb. Oh, damn it. Why am I going for a strawberry? Who cares? Don't be distracted by fickle fruit. How do I get there? Am I dumb? I can go through? Oh, yeah. Your team dash out. Yeah. Good call. Good call there. Ah! darling. Slow down. Anyone who calls someone darling is patronizing. Unless they're a 50-year-old
Oh, fuck me! Bro, a fucking little piece of shit.
I'm part of me. Well, part of me looks so creepy. Just what it looked like, fair enough.
Oh, come on with this fucking dog shit attack. I also feel like I pressed the fucking dodge and it didn't work.
You're not a mountain climber. I'm a fucking mountain climber. No, it is my strong. I'm a mountain climber. Is anyone else in chat the type of person that is only motivated to do shit when people tell you you cannot do the shit that you want to do? And if they were encouraging and they're like, yeah, you could do it, you wouldn't even try or care to do the thing. Am I racing? If I'm racing her, it's gonna be a competition.
Oh, I don't have to fucking see this thing.
What the fuck? What the? Okay, you can go through. You can go through. No, that's unlucky. Up. Over. Stop. What? Maybe I have to touch the eyeball? No, I forgot to touch it. No, it's not the eyeball. It's here, maybe? Yeah, okay. Alright, speedrun, speedrun, speedrun. Nice. Oh, yeah, straight up. Ah, no! Okay. No, okay. Ring the doorbell. No! Shit! Okay, chill. Ring the doorbell. Up. Over. Straight up. Double. Twofer. Catch up. Does she get faster if I get faster, or is she goated with the sauce? There's 3? Ah! Shit! Go! No, damn it. No. Oh! That was terrifying. Why are you on my ass? Nice.
Other one star?
Ah, shit.
I think you need something.
Ah, it's just a strawberry. Oh, no, Ludwig, chill. Okay.
了解です。はい。
Oh.
Dude, my fucking new computer froze. It didn't even blue screen, it just froze. What a bummer, dude. My brand new ass computer froze, man. That sucks. It's not internet, no. My every screen went black, and and everything was frozen, and I typed in every button I could, and nothing, man. What a bummer, though. We blamed XQC for it? Good. Good. Because I don't want to blame Slime because he built me a computer. Did I get it from Starforge PC? No, I did not get it from Starforge PC. It would be funny if I did. Book club. Wait, she's making food for me?
Oh, that's all.
I'm gonna go up and grab it.
God, tell me you've seen prettier. Maybe one without. Book.
Well, I'm still working on it.
I know, but you also
I'm not the best member of the club, but I'm excited to be a part of it. I can work on my intellectuality.
I haven't read the book.
And my reading. I bought the book.
What's the point of being in the book club if you're not going to read the book?
I went through 4 years of college without reading one of the books, and I got to read the book.
Oh, the club is over. Yeah, you're probably only 4. I have depression today. But yeah, you're out of the book club.
My new computer froze.
Why?
I don't know, it was sad.
Right now?
Yeah, well, I just turned it back on.
Ah.
I have to redo all of this? Oh my god, dude. Fine. Watch me. Watch me whip hands and alternate it. What? Wow, wait, why is she copying everything I'm doing? She's putting your whole flow bar for bar? Actually, though. The MJK to my Eminem. Fuck! Carl's messaging you. Carl's calling. He's just not doing that. Just none of these things are happening. Okay. Whoa! What? No! Whoa! Information? Excuse me. Cool. What do you got? I'm in trouble being chased by someone. I don't know what's going on, but I'm in danger. Don't call me if you're standing by the middle of the night. You don't have to make up some ridiculous story. I'm not making it up. You always do this. Shh. It's alright. Calm down. Sorry, sweetheart. This is a toxic relationship. You always do this, and oh my god, she's back. I continue to run. What the fuck? How do I talk to that camper? Oh. Oh there, fellow explorer. Did you also trek up here to scope out these old ruins? No, I'm headed for the summit. Whoa, that's great. I'm Theo, by the way, an adventurer from far out. Why does Theo have a really smirk? Why is Theo being so sexy? I get it. Dark backstory. Hey Theo, sorry about earlier. I'm pooped. I've got a lot on my mind. This is a good place for it. Something about these ruins is so introspective. It's making me take a look in the mirror, so to speak. Yeah, I get that. So what far off land do you hail from? Well, I doth hail from the mystical, enigmatic kingdom of Seattle. I've heard it's nice. People are quite outdoorsy when they're from Seattle. Climbing up here was tough, but totally worth it. Just look at these ruins. This was tough. This is like me and Tungla when I hang out with Tungla and he shows me pictures of the sunset. Maybe I'll finally hit 1,000 followers. Selfie time? Wait, what do you mean? I'll do it.
Hello.
Okay, not the greatest picture of me. You can post it. It's alright. You can, yeah, it's fine. I'm not photogenic. True. Don't be so hard on yourself. No one looks good without a filter. Doesn't really help much. Not gonna lie. Just a little bit warmer. Casual yet refined. That's a very millennial filter to put on. It doesn't change the picture much. What made you want to try photography? My grandpa was really into it. Apparently he was semi-famous in the photography world. I don't know if I'll ever be that good at it. I'm gonna keep it a stack. That pic of us was not that good. But I like that you're trying to be like your grandpa. Yeah, I'm gonna climb the whole mountain. I like that, Theo. Are you gonna watch the George vlog? What is the George vlog? Is it just a vlog with dreams? harder. Oh. Can I hear X when he shouts? No. It's all this black goo. It's like Super Meat Boy black goo. Say hi. Dusty guest book. Many of the pages are damaged and missing. The comments, however, are glowing. We'll never forget our time as episode 1. Alright, Mr. Oshiro, I'll follow you. Okay, where did Mr. Oshiro go? Where do I go? Fucker! I'm done with strawberries. What? Oh, the roof. Not a gamer? I am a gamer. That's why I don't eat fruits or vegetables. Okay, I kind of like the bouncing around the wall mechanic. Easy, strawberry. Strawberry god in the building. Huh. But oh, I hate this shit. These are just moves from Mario. No! Hold on, focus. Can I just... There's a secret passage top left. Nice. This is a weird-ass hotel, not gonna lie. Concierge also not great at guiding me. Am I doing this all for one strawberry? I'm gonna be so pissed off. You can't go... I did it for one strawberry. It's not even a special strawberry. Oh. Okay, focus, focus. Up. How did that knock down his gun? That was insane. That was so OP. Okay. Okay, I'm right. I understand that. Yes! I'm here, Mr. Oshiro. Try to be meat boy. I feel like this game has totally replaced the game. Oh, keep up. I'm gonna close back the establishment. I have time to wait out for the entering guests. Okay. You are not the nicest concierge. Music in this room trying to work. What is this? Okay, a little bit of a maze. What the hell? Is water okay? Oh, I swim. Nice. An old paper stick out from amid the clutter. Attention hotel staff, it is my sad duty to inform you that the Celestial Hotel will close indefinitely. It was an honor to have served alongside you as we worked tirelessly to ensure that our guests enjoyed the most hospitable and memorable experience. But how is Mr. Oshiro? There. If he's saying that the hotel's closed. kind of weird. You sound upset? Yeah, I'm a little mad that Oshiro lied to me. I feel like that's reasonable. What's up? Why'd you lie to me? Art. Carl's clowning you. Cassie, can you and the rest of the high school girls keep it on Twitter instead of my chat? It's goddamn 10 p.m., all right? Y'all gotta fucking go to bed. School's coming up. What do you want from me? Play Celeste, okay? Like the gamer. Twice. The gamers are trying to game. It's hopeless. That's not what I mean. Just breathe. It's a little spring clean. Dude, this place is fun. What are you talking about, dudes? But I wouldn't even bother. Okay, alright, man. I see this guy. July 1. Oh, dude, I hate multi-path levels. Okay, focus. For gaming. Never mind. I don't think my fat ass fits. When in doubt, ignore the strawberries. Yeah! Books and bookshelves! Okay, now I go far right. What? Do I talk to the That's the power of consciousness. I'm actually, I do have something in front of me. Wait, I'm kind of doing it like for you. Kind of free labor. I think it's a big help. You think? He's pretty old, but he's putting out a look at her body. It's not that weird. And the problem with the defense is going polarity on the outside spawn. Mr. Akira is trouble, but I don't think he wants to hurt us. He just needs to clean up this mess. I want to help him. Dude, sweet plays danger. I'm on Theo's side. Let's get the fuck out of here, bro. We are prepared for this. I think I can get through to him. Go on ahead and I'll catch up with you later. What do you mean? Take care of yourself. Thanks, Theo. I'll see you outside. What do you mean? That's bullshit and everybody knows it. Oh, I didn't even look. Okay, hold up, hold up. On, over. Okay, nice. Oh. Wait. Wait. Oh. Ah! No! Okay, okay, okay. I have a vision. I go here, right.
Rail skateboarding paid
Rent a Girlfriend. Recently, I made a post on my community tabs asking for anime that you guys hate and that I'd watch and review the most upvoted one. I have never been more horrified to see that Rent a Girlfriend was the most upvoted one with an insane 70 upvotes. To say that Rent a Girlfriend is a divisive anime might be a massive understatement. I've seen some people who really like this show while others absolutely despise it. And I won't lie, this show made me want to tear my hair out so many damn times. Oh my god! Anyways, to show that I'm not just talk and that I do walk the walk, I ended up binge watching 3 entire seasons or 36 episodes of Rent a Girlfriend in 3 days, and it went so great. I just finished episode 5 of Rent a Girlfriend and I am in immense pain. I watched 12 episodes of Rent a Girlfriend today, and the only good part about this show is the opening. I want to kick the main character in the balls. This show makes me want to tear my hair out. Just finished episode 30 of Rent a Girlfriend. This show is exhausting. 36 episodes of this garbage in 3 days has got to be like a lethal amount of Rent a Girlfriend for any human to watch, right? Like, it doesn't sound healthy. I think my brain has been poisoned by overdosing on Rent a Girlfriend. Anyways, today I have a lot to say about this show. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Rent a Girlfriend, so you don't have to. Unless you already have seen it, then I am so sorry. Before we dive into it, this video is my own personal opinion, and obviously you're allowed to have your own. Whether you like the show or hate it and despise its existence fans like I do, leave your opinions in the comments below, because I'm curious to see what yours think. Oh, and also, just in case you do want to watch this show for yourself, heavy spoiler warning, because I do not give a fuck about what I spoil for who at this point. First off, what is Rent-A-Girlfriend? It's a harem anime about Kazuya Kinoshita, a college student and the most insufferable simp in anime history. After getting dumped by his first ever girlfriend, he decides the best way to cope is by paying a girl to pretend to like him. Meet Chizuru Izuhara, a picture-perfect rental girlfriend who's way out of it. What follows after this is a never-ending cycle of forced misunderstandings, love triangle bullshit. Kazuya makes the absolute worst decisions possible at every opportunity. Instead of actually growing as a person, Kazuya spends 2 whole seasons flip-flopping between seeking for thirsting over his ex and leading on multiple girls while having zero backbone for the entire runtime of the show. The series milks the same bullshit drama, stretches the pivotal plot over way too many episodes, and refuses to let anything meaningful actually happen. It's a rom-com where the romance is non-existent. The comedy is watching how much work Kazuya can actually get with. At this point, Rent-A-Girlfriend isn't really anime. It's more of a social experiment to see how much secondhand embarrassment is forced into anime before raising with the anime. Are you a masochist who likes wasting your time watching a romance anime where the romance actually never happens? And the closest thing we actually get to a happy ending is some scenes of the main character getting off in his room and throwing his nasty ass rags on the floor. Then this show is the show for you. Bro, the garbage can is right there, you gross piece of shit. Just throw it out! So the entire story begins with Kazuya Kinoshita, the main character who you will hear me continually roast throughout the entirety of this video. If there was a Mount Rushmore of the worst characters ever in anime, Kazuya would definitely be one of the heads. You can tell that anime is actually fiction, because there's no reality where Kazuya would ever actually be the center of any harem whatsoever. He is first and foremost a pervert. He's like giga pervert, omega pervert. I don't know what the description is, but on God, dog, this man is the god of all gooners. He is the gooning god. All the other gooners bow down to Kazuya. A very important and vital aspect of the show is scenes of Kazuya straight up just gooning in his room. We canonically see him goon. It's absolutely insane, but also it's like really fucking weird. You know those like awkward moments where like someone just says something weird and all you can do is really laugh because you don't know how else to react? That's like kind of what this is like. Is this something that I really needed or wanted to see? Did it add any value to my life whatsoever? Kazuya is introduced to us as this sort of loser. In the first episode, he immediately begins acting down catastrophic by letting us know just how much of a virgin he is, and that his first ever girlfriend, Mami, had broken up with him. Heartbroken, instead of dealing with this extremely sad and emotional situation in a bit more of a mature way, he decides to instead rent out a girlfriend by paying for their artificial plastic love. I know that's plastic love. We're then introduced to Chizuru Mizuhara, or real name Chizuru Ichinose. She's the main heroine of the show. Heroine? Dude, I still don't know how to say that word. You know, the one girl that the main character ends up with at the end of the show. And she's basically the face of the show and the one people recognize. During their first fake-ass date, Chizuru is very friendly to Kazuya, clearly putting on an act as the ideal girlfriend. Although the date ended and the two never expected to meet again, it turns out that by some twist of fate, they actually go to the same college, and not only that, but they're next door neighbors? Oh my god, what a coincidence! At first, I thought Chizuru was like, whatever, basic ass, fan service ass, tsundere ass girl who acts fake as hell and wears a mask like Dream, but slowly opens up to Kazuya as he continues to rent her over the course of the series and pays her an insurmountable amount of cash, like a tier 3 Pokemon sub. But then you realize that beneath all of the fan service and the raunchy angle shots of various parts of her body is a tragic character with an even more tragic case of terminal tsundere. Anyways, crazy and fun twists and shit happen, and Chizuru is forced to pretend to be Kazuya's girlfriend because Kazuya is too much of a fucking little coward to actually be honest about anything. When his two closest gooner friends bumps into him with Chizuru on their fake date, the two friends are extremely jealous as Kazuya, instead of being honest about it, decides to say that she is his actual girlfriend. And this is an act that continues on with more people, eventually culminating in Chizuru being introduced to Kazuya's family as his actual girlfriend, and vice versa, you know, Kazuya being introduced to Chizuru's grandma, Sayuri, as her actual boyfriend. But because now they're way too deep into the lies and everyone believes that they're a genuine couple, they feel like it's too late to actually tell the truth about the relationship. And so they decide to continue the fake relationship to fool everyone else around them. And fun and wonderful hijinks happen as they meet more fun and quirky girls, all in one way or another becoming affiliated and somewhat obsessed with Kazuya. We get to also watch as Kazuya and Chizuru become closer to each other as their fake relationship begins to bleed into each other's personal lives lives as they slowly but surely catch feelings of love for each other in a beautiful story of slow burning romance. Oh, wait, sorry. Did I say it culminates into a relationship? I meant to say it will never fucking culminate into anything worth jack shit, because this ain't a fucking slow burning bromance. It's the slowest goddamn burning bromance in all of existence. It's so damn slow, you start to forget there's actually a romance anime beneath all of this dog shit. This show is just a constant, never-ending form of blue balls in the shape of anime. You are fed the same type of garbage over the course of the series, episode after episode, only to end up in the same exact spot where you started. And it definitely does not taste good at all. But you know what does taste good? Japanese snacks. This video is sponsored by Tokyo Tree and Sakura Cold. Tokyo Tree is a fun and best way I could describe it. It's like a peach flavored haichu, but it's melting in my mouth. Curious about these, the sour plum flavored rice crackers. That Kazuya is going to end up with Chizuru. And sure, the other girls might like Kazuya too, but none of them matter because the story is basically just about Chizuru and Kazuya, and everyone else is just kind of a plot device. Why do we need all of this artificial, made-up drama between these characters when ultimately, well, none of it's gonna matter anyway? It just feels like a stupid waste of time at some point to continually watch Kazuya get closer to these other girls when you know that none of these relationships will actually ever happen anyway, because he's going to end up with Chizuru. Like who cares? And honestly, Chizuru and Kazuya as main characters and the main romantic ship, they kind of suck. But in that very special, ironic way, they truly do belong to each other. Obviously, they're going to end up together, so we're basically just getting to watch this absolutely torturous process of the slowest burning romance, and we'll finally get to see a confession in the year 2125 at this rate. Gosh, can't wait! Let's talk about Kazuya. Kazuya has absolutely no backbone whatsoever, and this never seems to change throughout the entire show. He is shown to be extremely insecure about himself and basically sees himself as a giant loser and a lesser being than everyone around him. We constantly hear his inner monologues throughout the show, and these inner monologues might be one of the worst parts of this whole entire series. It is fucking exhausting listening to this guy whine about the same type of bullshit for 36 entire episodes straight without missing a single beat. I swear, he has an annoying inner monologue in like every single episode of the show. He is basically the anime version of the phrase, "How can I make this all about me?" Kazuya feels like a self-insert character for someone who never actually wants to change or improve himself. He's a character who time and time again shows us that he's all talk, but he can never actually walk the walk. He will always inner monologue about getting better, working harder, or how much better everyone else is than him, especially Chizuru. He constantly has these woe is me type of monologues in his head where it's always just about him. It's always about how he's never good enough, or how he's always a bother to everyone else, how he's a problem, no one wants him around. And while these are feelings that I can personally relate to having felt at some point in my personal life as well, it's really fucking annoying when he does this. Like every time anything remotely negative happens in this damn series, sometimes not even really that related to Kazuya, this fucking dude just starts wallowing in self-pity. But somehow, through God or divine intervention, I guess, everything ends up working out in some way. And Kazuya only proves to us again and again that ultimately, he just never truly changes. One thing I absolutely hate that Kazuya constantly does is this thing where he assumes what everyone else is thinking for them. Like something happens between him and a girl, and instead of directly trying to resolve the situation by, I don't know, communicating a little more honestly, he just spends most of the show just crying about it in his head like, oh, she must hate me now, I'm such a bother, yada yada yada. And at some point, it just gets really exhausting to watch. This is coming from a place of, I understand that feeling of anxiety when you really don't know how someone else might be feeling about what you said or did, and making the worst assumptions so that you won't get hurt as much, just in case you're right. You know, it's kind of a defense mechanism, and it's something that I've personally struggled with before in my own life as well. But there's a point where it's just like exhausting to watch this in the show, and some of the things he does because of this is just incredibly creepy and borderline stalking. Like for example, when Kazuya ditched Ruka, a girl who actually genuinely likes him, on Christmas Day in order to stalk what he thought was a date between Chizuru and another dude, only to find out that it wasn't a date and they're just classmates in acting school. Like, it's just embarrassing at a certain point to watch, you know? I understand having this problem of anxiety, but the thing is, he never tries to actively change it in any way. He's just always stuck in the same old way of thinking, and it's the same cycle over and over again. If I wanted to hear about this kind of thing, I just go and read my old diary entries from years ago. I'm not really trying to watch this kind of thing in an anime, personally. Dear God, it is not entertaining to watch. Real talk, 99% of all of his idiot's problems stem from his lack of having any balls or a backbone. He is the biggest coward I've ever seen in anything. It almost makes me feel better about myself. All of his problems could have been solved if he had just been honest from the first moment, the reason why Chizuru had to continue being Kazuya's fake girlfriend was because Kazuya had lied to his grandma about the relationship in the first place. Kazuya's grandmother apparently really wanted to see him find a girlfriend before she died, so Kazuya couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth when she looked so happy about it, leading to the next few hundred chapters of the manga. He could have just, I don't know, told his grandma the truth. She can handle it. Sure, she might really like Chizuru almost to an exhausting point, but honestly, who gives a shit? Who cares? In the end, Kazuya, your marriage is yours, not your grandma's. I think it's just a really stupid and weak plot point in my opinion. Sure, grandma would have been sad to find out about it, but she could have gotten over it in like, what, a week or something? And this is a constant throughout the series too, where Kazuya continues to try to worm himself out of difficult situations by never actually taking any accountability, telling lie after lie to everyone around him, which is an action that usually ends up hurting someone in the end. And yeah, of course, as a harem protagonist, it's almost like a fucking requirement at this point that he's a completely and absolutely hopeless pervert. The way he cannot control himself around a single body cell of a woman is absolutely unbearable. Like, you're a human being, dude. Calm the hell down. It's almost like he's not a dude with a penis, but more like a penis with a dude hanging off of it. They could be having the most normal of conversations between the two, but all this dude can think about is how cute the girl looks in her clothes. It is so dumb. Yeah, if his inner monologues aren't about wallowing in his self-pity, then it's usually about a girl's body. The amount of times Kazuya has described the girls in his inner monologue feels almost criminal at this point. He has this way of describing different parts of women's bodies in different, very descriptive, unique, and colorful ways, like the Japanese Shakespeare. This is way too overdone and quickly gets really, really annoying. Okay, it is exhausting hearing this dude's inner thoughts about how good or cute Chizuru looks, okay? Like, we get it. You think she's hot. Like, it makes me wonder, do you really want her for her personality? It feels like this man only sees this girl for her body and really nothing else. Even during moments like when Chizuru is going through a life-altering event where she's losing the literal last blood family member she has left alive, he cannot help himself. But imagine Chizuru without any clothes on. That's just like the default state of his brain at this point, bro. And after Chizuru's grandma tragically passes away, bro's out here trying to cheer her up after her grandma's dead, but is still getting distracted by her ass. Can you not do that for 1 second, man, please? Also, remember how I told you that he's the Gooner God? Well, look at his room! What the f is wrong with this room? There's always his Gooner gunk depository. Kazuya seems like he's not the only person to blame for his behavior. Have you seen the way his family treats him? If you haven't seen the show, they are so mean to him. I know they roast him a lot for like joking and comedy purposes, but these people are way too comfortable with demeaning their own son over and over again. It becomes a little uncomfortable how much they make fun of him sometimes for being unpopular with girls and how it's God's miracle that anyone would ever love him. Like, no shit, he hates himself. I would fucking hate it too if my family kept telling me over and over again that no girl could ever love me because I'm just that much of a shitty fucking whatever. Like, it kind of makes sense why he is the way he is. Does that really excuse any of Kazuya's behavior? No, because ultimately he's an adult and he can make his own damn decisions, but his family really not any better. They honestly kind of suck. He ultimately becomes a giant simp for Chizuru, and it's almost like he starts worshipping her as a goddess rather than an actual human being. He canonically struggles to send a basic text or even add this girl on a messaging app after a whole year of knowing each other. Like, he's absolutely crashing out over like, oh my god, should I add her as a friend online? It's been a year, dog. She's a damn human, not a deity. Just add her, bro. The way he puts her on a pedestal is so insane to me. The way Kazuya thinks and acts throughout the show, this is how I used to act back in middle school. To a certain point, I can kind of sympathize with some of his actions, if any, but there's only so much self-pity bullshit I can handle before he stops being sympathetic and just starts becoming annoying. We don't actually see him try to actively change or better himself. Everything just happens to work out for him in a way where he doesn't truly need to change. If I want to watch someone repeat the same cycles over and over again, I'll just go to YouTube and look up Amberlyn Reed, okay? That's a very obscure reference, but anyway. Kazuha is just a trashy main character. I think he was funny sometimes, but that was more because his voice actor was really good. He is infuriatingly stagnant as a character, and let's be real, real. A lot of storytelling, you know, involves character development, and we have none of that here. And while I don't think Kazuya is truly evil or malicious, he still sucks ass. Like, sure, we see him being portrayed as a good guy, but he's only a good guy to Chizuru. He's a selfish little snot-nosed asshole when it comes to the other characters. The way he treats Ruka is not how I'd imagine an actual good guy would treat any human being, really. But I'll talk about that more later. Now it's time to talk about Chizuru and how much I can't stand her either. I say this truly and from the bottom of my heart. Chizuru and Kazuya truly do belong together, because they are both just as unchanging as each other. They both always keep playing this game of, oh, I wanna change, but then going back to being the same exact as before, as if nothing ever happened. Like, you think you'll actually see her try to change even just a little bit, but then nothing about her character actually changes that much. She's still mostly the same, everything is still the same, and nothing fucking matters. And that's basically the entire show in one single sentence. Chizuru is a character who has a terminal case of tsundere. It's so bad that it actually makes the show actively worse, in my opinion. Like, it's not even an endearing type of tsundere either. It's just really, really frustrating. She's kind of cold and distant due to tragic happenings in her life growing up, but has a love and passion for acting like no other. She works hard and always has a smile on her face, despite all of the awful pain that she's gone through. And Kazuya, in her monologue, compliments her a lot. He's always like, oh, she's always super mature. She's so calm and such a respectable and strong girl. And during these inner monologues where he overtly compliments Chizuru, he then usually ends the sentence with, unlike me. Can you see why this could get really annoying really fast? Throughout the series, we see her begin to feel more comfortable with Kazuya as the two become more involved in each other's personal lives. Chizuru's backstory is honestly sad. Her dad left their family, her mom died when she was young, so she had to move in with her grandparents, and her grandpa died from a car accident. Now her grandma, her only blood relative and support, is in the hospital. It makes sense as to why she is the way she is. I think Chizuru's story, at least with her family and not with Kazuya, was one of the more engaging parts of the story. Let me tell you about a particular story arc that I genuinely did like, involving Chizuru's grandma's sickness and an eventual tragedy. We get an explanation as to why Chizuru was even being a rental girlfriend in the first place. As a young girl, she was inspired by her grandma's past as an actress and wanted to become an actress herself. Her grandpa was very supportive of her and pushed her to chase her dreams, saying that dreams do come true. Unfortunately, her grandpa died in a car crash, and since then, it's only been her and her grandma. And now she wants her grandma to at least see her on the silver screen. Sayuri, despite being sick in the hospital, maintains a smile and optimism about it all, even making morbid jokes about her passing and reviving. On a side note, Sayuri might actually be my favorite character in this series. Like, I think she was actually the GOAT. The harem. I want to go out with Sayuri. I'm not even gonna lie. No, I'm not falling in love, guys. No. I am not simping for a 2D grandma right now. Anyway, over the show, Sayuri's condition worsens until we find out that she doesn't have much longer left. Chizuru continues to fail auditions and starts to worry that she might not be able to make her dream come true. At her wit's end, Kazuya then declares that he wants to help her make a movie by starting a crowdfunding page for a movie starring Chizuru, working his ass off, and actually making a movie starring Chizuru. They then go check out the movie venue they were planning on showing the film at, and Sayuri insists on coming along despite her worsening condition. Honestly, it was pretty clear from the get-go that this was a huge red flag. Predictably, she then collapses in the middle of the day and is taken to the hospital, where she is either going to make it or break it that night. Obviously, Chizuru is very affected by this and sits next to her pretty much the whole night. As Sayuri's condition clearly worsens, Kazuya then does the only thing that I will give a small amount of respect to him for, which is to get a projector and the freshly finished movie and to play it in the hospital room so that Sayuri is able to see her granddaughter on the silver screen before she passes on. It's actually a really heart-wrenching moment in my opinion. As much as I fucking hate Kazuya a lot, I do think this one moment was really good, and I do admit that I did tear up a little bit, especially because we didn't fucking hear Kazuya speak or interject with an annoying inner monologue. Like, he just comes in silently, does his shit, and leaves the two alone. And I'm just like, why can't he be like this for the rest of the fucking show? Anyways, we then get to see Sayuri and Chizuru's last interactions with each other as Chizuru bawls her eyes out, and I also admit that I cried like a fucking baby during this scene, okay? TV shows can make me emotional, okay? Even if they're shitty. And like, this girl is losing her last family member in the world. I feel like it's kind of hard not to feel a little bit of sympathy. I personally think this arc was kind of good and really tragic. I was surprised that I was even this affected by this garbage ass anime. I don't know if I'm giving Rent-A-Girlfriend too much credit, but I actually did like this arc. It's just too bad that this show is a harem anime, so none of this fucking matters in the end anyway. anyway. Despite going through so much at once though, Chizuru continues to smile through the pain, as I'm sure many of us also do. And even after losing her last living family member, she continues to stay strong, not letting her smile falter no matter what. But of course, eventually, like any other human, she reaches a breaking point, and we get this scene of her crying her eyes out on Kazuya's chest, and I'm just like, oh my god! Finally! Some character development for both characters? Maybe the relationship will take a step forward? Oh my god! To be honest though, there was a certain point where I went from feeling bad for Chizuru to feeling just as exhausted with her as I was with Kazuya. And this was after this entire fucking story arc. The next time the two are together and Kazuya tries to bring up the night before, Chizuru literally just cuts him off and pretends like it never happened while talking about something completely different. I get being tsundere. I get hiding your emotions or acting strong or whatever the this is, but at some point it's like as frustrating as Kazuya's issues of never changing. Like sure, she shows signs of crushing on Kazuya behind the scenes, and so we as a viewer know how she feels about certain things, I guess, kind of, but not really. But as far as Kazuya knows, she could still just see him as a client and a complete stranger, and he wouldn't really know the truth, I guess, because she like goes out of her way to refuse to show any genuine emotion around anyone. This entire relationship between the two is a constant one step forward, two steps back. Time and time again, we see a small tease of an actual relationship forming between these two, only for the show to say, go f yourself, and basically make everything the way it was in the first episode. I get that these behaviors happen, you know, people do act this way, but dog, I'm trying to watch a fucking show and be entertained, okay? Not eternally being blue ball. Holy mother of God! Unfortunately, this incredibly dramatic and sad arc about family and death is overshadowed by the show going back to the same old shitty annoying ways as before. Like I said, this show takes one step forward and two steps back. This arc with Chizuru's grandma and the effects it had on Chizuru and Kazuya was one step forward, but then they decided to take two steps back by continuing to play this ambiguous game of will they, won't they? Fucking hell, man. I at first thought that Chizuru was a pretty well-written character, you know, with the tragic backstory and dreams of acting and whatnot. But after this whole fiasco, I take it all back. These two are as unchanging as each other. They're a perfect match, okay? Whatever. And the saddest part is that despite all of this, Chizuru still feels somewhat more like a plot device than an actual character at times. I feel like I could tell you a lot about her, but also tell you nothing much about her at the same time, because it feels more like a bunch of sad plot devices put together in the shape of fan service to make a really compelling character without any actual depth. I don't know if what I just said makes sense. It's like a bag of chips. From the outside, it always looks full, but when you open it and all the air comes out, you realize that they scammed the shit out of you and only like 30% of the bag is actually chips, and the rest was just air. And that's what Chizuru's character feels like to me. Except, I guess, instead of air, it's more like fan service. Real talk, this whole relationship is just a fucking mess, and it really sucks in my opinion. And at some point, I even question myself, do I even want to see these two together? I mean, they physically struggle to barely communicate as regular friends for most of the show. How does anyone think they could ever be in a healthy relationship with each other? At some point, it's kind of clear that if these two dated right now, it's just gonna be a shitty cyclical relationship. These two clearly need to fucking go through a lot of changes in their mental well-being before actually being able to maintain a relationship. Because it's one thing to actually get into a relationship with someone, it's another to actually cherish it and maintain it, even if that means changing something fundamental about yourself. I don't even really see their chemistry, bro. It almost feels like Kazuya only likes her because she's attractive. We get way too many fucking monologues of Kazuya lusting over Chizuru's various body parts. Like, it all feels way too superficial to feel genuine sometimes. I just can't with these two idiots, man. It's also really annoying because this whole rented girlfriend thing between them makes it even more ambiguous, and it's just used as an annoying recurring plot point for the author to go back to in order for the show to go on for longer. Since their relationship is considered client and rented girlfriend, or they never establish anything beyond that, the relationship is kept ambiguous the entire time. Clearly, you two are at least friends at this point. I mean, it's basically just a type manipulation. All in all, this relationship is one of the reasons why this show sucks ass, which is not great because this relationship is what the show is entirely centered around. So I mean, that's the gist of our main plot and the two central characters, but what about the other characters in the show? Let's start by talking about Mami. I can sum her character up with a single question. Remember when she was a main character? The show made her seem like a big deal in the first season, but she disappears into the abyss at like the end of season 1. It feels like she was literally forgotten until the last episode of season 3. Mommy is the reason why this show's plot began in the first place, because she was Kazuya's first girlfriend who was really weirdly distant and ended up breaking up with him. Clearly, she didn't like him, but at the same time, it seems like she does. The show is never really clear how she feels about Kazuya. Mommy seems like a very sweet girl on the surface, but has a really dark personality beneath, where she basically just everyone and talk shit about people on her Twitter account, which sounds very healthy. And we see this when her eyes become hollow and her tone becomes really evil or whatever. Her entire character is a confusing mess of nonsensical logic. She breaks up with Kazuya and blocks him, seemingly cutting off all ties with him, telling him that she likes someone else, but then gets upset when Chizuru appears and then starts to chase Kazuya again. Girl, like, come on. You broke up with him, now you're trying to get back with him even though you blocked his ass on everything? What is this backwards logic shit? And in the show, it's never really explained what is up with this fucking girl, okay? It's insinuated that she might have something going on at home. Maybe she has an arranged marriage of some kind. Who knows? It seems like she had personal reasons to break up with Kazuya in the first place, but like our titular main characters in this damn series, she is allergic to being honest about anything to anyone. So we don't know. Does she actually like Kazuya? And is that why she tries to keep getting in between Chizuru and Kazuya? Is she jealous of the two? Or is she just angry? Does she want to love Kazuya or want revenge on him or all of the above? I don't know. Nothing about her makes any sense, but at this point, I don't care anymore. It's been too long for me to care about this character. That is basically all I got on Mommy. Next, I'm going to talk about Sumi. If I was at gunpoint and forced to choose a favorite character who isn't Sayuri, I think Sumi would probably be my favorite character. To be honest, she's way too pure to be in this disgusting show. Well, she's not really that important of a character. She was one of the only characters who I actively enjoyed watching, and there's a few reasons for that, but the biggest one is that, well, she actually changes. What? Really? Character development and rent a girlfriend? Sumi is a very socially anxious girl who decided to become a rental girlfriend in order to break out of her shell and to grow as a person. But this isn't really going well, so she asks Chizuru for advice. Chizuru then asks Kazuya to take her out as a rental girlfriend to practice, and he agrees. At first, Sumi is very shy, but seeing as Kazuya seems to understand her, she starts to feel comfortable with him and see him as a true friend. And maybe even more than that, as she literally confesses to him at some point, but oops, her voice was too soft, so he missed it. Bruh, I'm glad he missed it because she deserves way better than Kazuya anyways. There's a scene involving Sumi that made me lose basically any shred of respect I had for Kazuya. They're at the bowling alley and Kazuya goes to get something. He comes back to see that random men are sexually harassing Sumi, and guess what Kazuya does? His first instinct is to hide and watch this happen for an uncomfortably long time. He just stares as three creeps get up on Sumi, who finds herself paralyzed and unable to do anything from her fear and anxiety. Kazuya, seeing this, just watches and actually considers fucking waiting it out to see if they leave her alone. Like, huh? Is he for real? He's seen this girl that he's supposed to be the boyfriend of, and he just wants to see if these guys would just leave her alone if he waited and hid here. Is he for real? The only reason why he actually ends up going out there to help Sumi is because, oh, this is a request for Chizuru and she will be upset if I messed up. Not because there's a person that I'm with who looks like she's in dire need of some assistance right fucking now. It is just absolutely pathetic. I understand being scared in the moment, for sure. I personally think I might also be a little scared if I'm suddenly thrown in a situation like this, but at the same time, really, dude? You're gonna fucking hide and watch? Enough about Kazuya. I don't even want to talk about him, okay? Sumi is the goat of the harem, in my opinion. She's the only character I feel like we saw any actual character development with. We do see her slowly but surely begin to get over her social anxiety over the course of the series, mustering up the courage to say or type her thoughts out loud, which I guess is like the bottom line of character development. But hey, in this ever unchanging series, I will welcome any sort of change, okay? I'll take whatever I can get at this point. And although I think Sumi liking Kazuya is an awful plotline because she deserves someone way better than this fucking asshole, I also think I enjoyed their chemistry most out of all the characters. I mean, Sumi's kind of a simple character, I feel like. She's someone who Kazuya can turn to when he's unsure of something to do, and the two seem to share a genuine friendship that I feel like can't be said about a lot of the other characters. There was one moment where the two end up sharing tears about either of them being unable to do anything to help Chizuru while she was going through the loss of her grandma, which I admit really did catch me off guard. The episodes with them together weren't constantly full of unneeded bullshit drama. A lot of it was just wholesome fun times, other than the moments where Kazuya, you know, inevitably sexualized her in his inner monologues. But whatever, that's just Kazuya being Kazuya. I'm trying very hard to give it a fair assessment, y'all, okay? All in all, I appreciated Sumi's presence in the series. Why out of everyone does she like Kazuya? Huh? And I'll briefly talk about Mini. I don't really have that much to say about her, to be honest, because she only appeared starting from season 3. 3. But she gave me a much needed reprieve from all of the other bullshit that this show would constantly shove up my ass. Mini felt like the first glimmer of hope that this stupid ass romance between Chizuru and Kazuya would actually go anywhere worthwhile. She actually said shit like it was and was way too blunt at times. She directly calls out Kazuya and Chizuru for liking the other and even tries to orchestrate opportunities for them to get closer to each other. I won't even lie, she's a gacha gamer. She's honestly me. She's super quirky, calls Kazuya boss. I mean, it was a much needed comic relief character. Other than that, I don't really know much because I only watched up to season 3. I do actually like her character, if only because as someone who has spent money on gacha games before, I finally feel represented. And there's other characters I could talk about, like Kazuya's grandma, who is low-key kind of insufferable. I thought she was funny at times, but most of the time, she felt way too extra about a lot of things and was kind of imposing her own desires and wants on other people. And then there's Kazuya's gooner friends, who are just as, if not even more depraved than Kazuya himself. One of them is just kind of annoying and dumb, and the other one I just feel bad for. And if you've seen Rent-a-Girlfriend, then you know that I've been saving a certain relationship in the show for last to talk about, because I truly think that whatever bullshit anyone can say to tell me that Kazuya is a good person truly dies with this relationship. And it's his relationship with Ruka, who is someone that genuinely, for God knows why, likes Kazuya for who he is. The way Kazuya treats Ruka throughout the show is absolutely unforgivable. It was the one thing about this show that actually made me feel kind of angry while watching it because of how stupid this whole subplot between these two was. First off, Ruka is basically a plot device in the shape of an anime girl. Straight up, she is not a person or a character in the anime, but a breathing, living, walking plot device. Ruka comes out of nowhere and suddenly wants to date Kazuya without much of an explanation. She even rents out one of Kazuya's friends in order to go on a double date with Kazuya and Chizuru in order to get closer to Kazuya. She constantly checks her heart rate throughout the series, and I'm assuming that this has something to do with why she's so in love with Kazuya to the point of like genuine concern, but it's never truly told to us by the show, at least in the anime so far. And if there is a reason as to why she's so in love with him and like this heart rate has to do with it, I'm gonna be honest, it is way too late for me to even give a shit, because regardless of what the reason is, the way he treats her throughout the series shows that she just deserves way better than this piece of shit in the first place. She falls in love without much explanation. He agrees to let her be his trial girlfriend, and Ruka clearly does like him for who he is. She clearly wants to be his actual girlfriend for one reason or another. One of the greatest unsolved mysteries of our time. Why the f does she like this piece of shit? To be fair, Ruka does do some unhinged ass shit throughout the series to make this relationship into a reality, going as far as crashing family meetings with Kazuya and Chizuru and trying to worm her way into Kazuya's family graces, or coming up with insane plans to sleep over at his place, or learning where he works at, getting a job to spend more time with him. I don't think Ruka is completely innocent either, because some of the shit she does is a little ridiculous, but at the same time, Kazuya just treats her like trash anyway. Ruka's entire personality is basically, I'm gonna make Kazuya into my real boyfriend. I don't even really know if she has any hobbies, where she goes to school, what the f she studies, whatever, all this stuff. All she is just a plot device that's meant to produce artificial drama where there really shouldn't be any. And throughout the show, Kazuya is just super shitty to her, man. He always acts like he doesn't want to be there with her, acting super cold and super distant, or when she is talking to him on the phone about her life, he's not even listening. He just responds with one word, completely disinterested in the conversation. And even on her birthday, not getting her anything for a gift, despite them technically being in a romantic relationship. It's almost like he treats her as an inconvenience or like an item or like a pest, and clearly doesn't like her back in the same way that she likes him, yet continues to string her along.
He was almost actually asking her out to be his girlfriend until Chizuru came back around and he immediately took it back.
No shit, he's gonna just keep being fished back into love with you and keep saying that kind of shit. Save her some time and energy and just break up with her, man. Tell her how you truly feel. You're in love with Chizuru. You can't be with Ruka. And this is a problem that Cousin can solve in like 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I don't like you back in that way. I only see you as a friend, and I don't think that's ever going to change. Done. Boom. Problem fucking solved. Sure, she'll definitely be sad, but I think it's more fair to not waste her fucking time and energy on your stupid, pathetic ass and not. This dumbass Kazu bitch cries about not having a girlfriend from the beginning of the show, but then spends the rest of the show literally treating a girl who genuinely likes him and wants to be his girlfriend like trash because his pathetic ass fell in love with a girl who he friends in the first place? This is insane, bro. Time and time again, he has played this game of push and pull with poor Ruka, knowing that she genuinely actually likes him for who he is, and that she is basically the girlfriend that Kazuya has wanted since the beginning of the show. But he just can't give up on Chizuru, which is fine. You do you. You know, you like who you like. But if you know that, then fucking cut Ruka off, right? It's infuriating when there's scenes of Ruka literally crying and actually being hurt, and this dude is just like,
well, anyways, oh my god, Chizuru has nice ass.
There are moments in the show where Ruka, whose love for Kazushi is almost treated as a joke, but then there are also moments where she's clearly hurt by something Kazuya did or said to her. And then he always gives this like wishy-washy apology and continues to put this girl through bullshit. Then gives us this whiny ass, self-pitying inner monologue of, oh my god, Ruka is such a good girl. How can I play with the feelings of such a good person? Bitch, just fucking break up with her then. Are you dumb? Unbelievable. Again, the weird fucking love bullshit happening with Chizuru, Kazuya, and Ruka can all be solved just by fucking communicating honestly. The minimal level of communication. But these characters are incapable of doing so, and it's incredibly infuriating to watch. I get doing this for like a season. I cannot stand this for more than 3 fucking seasons. Ruka and her stupid subplot with Kazuya is easily the worst part about this whole series. It does make the show genuinely hard to watch. All in all, Ruka deserves better. I don't even really know if I like her character or not. I think Kazuya should either have dated her from the beginning and broke it off with Chizuru, since they weren't even actually dating anyways, or told Ruka that he's not interested in her at all, while he goes to spend thousands of fucking yen to go out with a girl who is being paid to fake like you. Ruka deserved better from both Kazuya and the writer, bro. And after all this, they expect me to agree that Kazuya is a good guy? Kazuya is not a good guy. He's just a good guy when it's most convenient for him, like when Chizuru needs help or when Chizuru wants something. But if he was really a good guy, then he would actually respect Ruka's feelings and actually break things off with her so that she can find someone who will actually treat her like a human being. No, Kazuya is not a good guy. He sucks major ass, and the show tries way too hard to justify his shitness and never changing attitude. So that's basically what I have to say about the story and the characters of this anime. It was certainly quite the ride. I did laugh and I did enjoy very brief moments of it, but most of it felt like I had my legs attached to a horse who was dragging my ass back and forth to the farmland. I don't think it's the worst anime I have ever seen in my life, but it's certainly up there with some of my least favorites. I just think the writing is so trash that I cannot get past the fact I watched 36 episodes just to end up right back where we started. I mean, sure, I can give credit where credit is due. This show is not boring. It can be kind of entertaining at times. At first, I really couldn't stand this show, but as more of the quirky cast got introduced, I started to find some of the drama entertaining because of how stupid it all was. This show is like a reality show. It's trashy, dumb bullshit, artificially crafted drama that really holds no value in any way, but at least it's an entertaining car crash that you just cannot keep your eyes off of. That's how I coped watching through this show anyway. This show feels like a vain attempt at telling a deeper story about loneliness and love. It feels very vanity-driven overall. Like, it's always about how hot these girls are. I'd understand it a bit more if it didn't spend half the time sexualizing the characters. The fan service isn't even trying to be subtle anymore. Like, it's just like there and you know it's there. Everyone fucking knows what this is about. We get a lot of imaginary scenes where Kazuya just imagines the girls naked more than a concerning amount of time. But yeah, obviously they don't really hide the fan service in this show. Kazuya describes the girls' body parts in really detailed and unnecessary ways. Every time someone bends down, you can almost guarantee that there will be some kind of in-depth commentary about how nice her ass looks and whatever clothing she's wearing that day. This is the same old bullshit. Okay, let's be real. It's one of the reasons why this show is not taken seriously by people. Almost like this show is more about the fan service rather than the actual story. I did come across an infamous chapter of the manga while doing a bit of research. Chapter 218. This chapter has become infamous and a bit controversial, with many readers criticizing the author over his, well, unique storytelling choices. Apparently, this chapter was right after Kazuya actually tried to confess to Chizuru, but then Chizuru cuts him off and runs away from him. So, you know, there's Kazuya being pathetic as ever, which just shows that literally nothing has changed even after where the anime left off. But then there's also literal pages of Chizuru getting straight up by this other dude, and the chapter ends up with Kazuya getting hard in the pool. Imagining Chizuru getting destroyed by another man while crying. Confirmed, Kazuya is like, what the f has happened to this dude, man? The author is telling the world that he is indeed a which, hey, more to power to you, but also, damn, that's a lot of bravery, buddy. Anyways, I won't talk too much about this chapter. I just think it's super silly. Even the premise of the show itself is literally about paying money to rent someone to give you fake plastic love. You know, I'm gonna judge the book a bit based on the cover type of thing. I mean, I don't know. Renting a girlfriend because you're lonely isn't something I would personally do. Unless this video gets like 1 million views and like 20,000 likes. Then maybe I'd consider renting a girlfriend or boyfriend and filming the experience and posting it on here. And as much as I don't intend to look down upon anyone who might participate in such an activity to cope with their loneliness in today's world, because I truly do understand that feeling, I also cannot imagine how I can feel happy if I try to buy fake love for myself. I do want to talk about the author, Reiji Miyajima, and his, well, interesting tendencies. For one, when asked if any parts of Kazuya reflected his own personality, Miyajima stated that they both have trouble dealing with emotional pain. Like Kazuya, there are things that I cannot endure no matter the effort, like dealing with pain, Miyajima said. I say what I want through Kazuya. As a result, readers tell me the story is funny and relatable, and that helps me emotionally. And while this is interesting and all, I guess we can kind of tell what this man is into based on more recent later chapters of the manga, if you know what I mean. Apparently, there was a lottery for one lucky fan to spend a day with a life-size figurine of Chizuru, and a dude actually did end up going on a date with this life-sized anime girl doll, even uploading a picture with her. No matter what you might think of him, hey, if he's happy, I guess I won't really say anything about this. Then Mr. Miyajima over here responded with his own image tweet with Mizuhara, writing, "I've been on a date. No objection," in Japanese. Now, this could be trolling or a way to promote his series, but also apparently he has a tendency to portray Mizuhara as his actual girlfriend in his real life, almost being kind of possessive about her. I don't really know. I mean, apparently this guy also has an actual wife and kids, so that sounds like quite the family life. I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I have absolutely no idea what the fuck is actually going on, but I'll leave you to be the judge of that information. And while this show does suck ass in my opinion, I do think there are interesting things to discuss about loneliness in the modern day and how it might contribute to the popularity of a show like Rent a Girlfriend. Obviously, enough people watch the show if they continually keep making new seasons of it. Now, this next part of this video is gonna get a bit sappy, and I might be opening up a little bit about my personal feelings. So if you're not really into that, well, my bad, I guess. Personally, I cannot understand the concept of renting a girlfriend or boyfriend. I would feel really sad if the other person I was supposed to be dating didn't genuinely like me back. I don't know how someone could be happy by renting out hollow and unrequited love, but who knows? Everyone is different. I think we live in a world where, despite the internet existing, people are feeling lonelier than ever before. I mean, it's really easy to see this. From a single Google search, that'll just pull up a bunch of articles talking about higher levels of loneliness being reported year after year. I'm sure in many places throughout the world, the loneliness epidemic continues to spread like a virus. And yeah, people want romantic relationships. I mean, it's human after all. Wanting love and to be loved is, well, human. And I mean, at this point, it's pretty much common knowledge that Japan's birth rates are going down. People don't want kids, or they're just not dating as much as before. A large portion of young adults, particularly men, have reported to never been on a date. Factors like a demanding work culture, social pressures, and just difficulty meeting potential partners all contribute to the loneliness epidemic in Japan. It's to the point where the government is planning on launching an actual dating app to combat this issue. No wonder a show like Rent a Girlfriend will be so damn popular, because it fulfills a feeling that so many people want, yet feel like they can never actually get or experience. People are feeling so lonely that they have to turn to artificially crafted forms of love in order to cope with it. And there's just something genuinely sad about that to me. Not in like a pitying way, I know I sound sarcastic a lot, but it is genuinely sad. It's not just Japan either. People are feeling lonely worldwide. I mean, I felt lonely, and I'm sure you felt lonely. We try to find a way to cope, to deal with that sort of unexplainable emptiness you feel inside. Feeling lonely sucks, but I'd rather be lonely in a relationship with a fake partner. I just feel like I feel even lonelier on a date with a rented girlfriend, knowing that she has no actual feelings for me, but rather is just doing this out of financial obligation. Actual love is not a financial transaction. At least I like to believe so. I think a big reason why I really dislike Kazuya is partly because there are aspects of his character that I can personally relate to. Not the fucking perverted parts where he can't control himself around a single molecule of a woman. Okay, that's a little too degen for me. But some of the other internal conflicts he has, As someone who struggles with anxiety, I can understand and relate to when he overthinks about what the other person might be thinking and feeling. As someone who used to struggle a lot with my mental health and self-esteem, and I still sometimes do, I can understand Kazuya constantly thinking he's a bother, that he's only a problem for that other person. Kazuya clearly doesn't care that much about himself and only lives for whoever he loves. I admit that I've struggled with similar thoughts in my life too, but never have I ever become a degenerate gooner god who cannot focus on anything else but a woman's when you're near them. That's just the fucking Kazuya issue, okay? And the thing is, Kazuya doesn't even try to change. Personally, I feel like I've struggled and I fall hard against my own mental bullshit, and every day I strive to try and change, you know, to unlearn my negative behaviors, or at least learn how to cope with my issues in a healthier way, rather than just looking for a relationship to distract myself from how much I hate myself inside. Can you really give love to someone else if you can't even really love yourself in the first place? I don't really know. I guess I say all this real personal bullshit about myself to say that I get being single and lonely blows major aspects sometimes, but Rent a Girlfriend is not the right form of therapy for that. This wish fulfillment packed bullshit show with an unchanging main character almost feels like it's telling people it's okay to never change or to strive for better. It's okay to just give up on yourself because things will just fall on top of your lap, just like how things seem to fall on top of Kazuya's lap in the anime. But life, you know, doesn't really work like that, unfortunately. But again, who the f am I to say about any of this? I'm just a dumbass YouTuber who does need to touch a little more grass. Yeah, anime is not reality, and I'm sure many people who enjoy the show aren't just lonely people looking for a source of comfort, but they just like the anime for the anime. Maybe it's nothing really that deep, and I'm just overanalyzing this. You don't really know how this kind of thing can slip into someone's mind as part of reality rather than just something that happens in an anime. I don't know, it's a complex topic, okay? It's not really easy for me to discuss without making a whole video about that. All in all, Rent a Girlfriend was an experience that I wish I had never gone through. This show just felt like one huge waste of time. If you enjoy the show, you do you, bro. But this anime was just definitely not for me. If I was to give a score to this show, I'd probably give it a 3 out of 10, and those 3 points are from Sumi, Sayuri, and Ruka. Anyways, that's it for me today though. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe for more anime content. Thank you once again to Tokyo Tree and Sakurako for sponsoring this video, and I will see you all in the next video that I decide to make. Peace out.
That's the last one today, I think.
皆さんから話を聞いてきました。